The monk who never became angry. Anger is a fire, and in this monk there was nowhere for it to burn. Before the night grows deeper, hear this. The most powerful man in the valley was not a king, a warrior, or a judge, but a quiet monk no insult could provoke. In a remote mountain monastery, where wind moved through pines like whispered prayer, villagers, travelers, and even enemies came to wonder how one human heart could remain so calm in a world full of pain. This is the story of the monk who never became angry, and of the long, tender discipline that made such peace possible. Some said he had been born different from other people, with a nature too pure for bitterness. Others believed no one could become that gentle without first being broken by life, and then remade by wisdom. Between those two questions, this story begins. If you find this useful, subscribe to the channel, like this video, and leave a comment. Now let us climb slowly into the evening where his name was spoken in hushed and wondering voices. The monastery stood high above the valley, where the last terraces of rice and barley gave way to stone, cedar roots, and steep paths stitched into the mountainside. At dusk, the world there seemed to soften rather than darken. The cold entered first, thin and clean, touching the skin like water from a snow-fed stream. Then came the bells, not loud, not dramatic, but measured and round, released into the blue evening air with the patience of a heart that has forgotten how to hurry. Their sound drifted down through the trees and over the roofs of the village below, where cooking fires were being lit and wooden doors were closing against the night. If you had stood there at that hour, you would have seen small lights waking one by one along the monastery walkways. Lanterns hung beneath curved eaves, their paper walls glowing amber against the deepening grey. Their light gathered on stone steps worn smooth by years of sandaled feet. It trembled on brass bowls. It caught on the edges of prayer wheels and on the thin breath of incense rising from the hall. In the garden courtyard, a basin of dark water held the reflection of a single early star. Pine branches leaned over the outer wall, and whenever the wind passed through them, it made a sound so soft and continuous that it seemed less like weather than like the mountain itself breathing in sleep. Inside the monastery there was movement, but never noise. A novice crossed the corridor carrying folded robes. An old caretaker latched a wooden gate. Somewhere unseen, a broom whispered across stone. The kitchen held the fading scent of rice, roots, and tea. In the hall of practice, candles burned low before a serene image of the Buddha, and shadows pooled in the corners like folded cloth. Everything seemed arranged not to impress the eye, but to steady the mind. Even silence there had layers. It was not the empty silence of abandonment, but the living silence of attention, as if every object had agreed to rest exactly where it belonged. And in that place, as natural to the mountain as moss on rock or snow on distant peaks, lived the monk the valley could not understand. People came to him with all the roughness that life gives human beings. They came carrying grief, pride, exhaustion, jealousy, shame. They came after arguments at home and failures in business. They came after betrayals. They came with faces hardened by resentment, with throats tight from words they wished they could take back. Some came because they needed counsel. Some came because they wanted to test him. A few came because they did not believe the stories and hoped, secretly or openly, to prove that no one could be so calm. Yet the stories only grew. In the village tea house, old men told them over cups held in both hands for warmth. Women repeated them while washing vegetables at the communal well. Children heard them while pretending not to listen, and then carried them home, wide-eyed into the dark. A merchant swore he had seen the monk smile gently at a man who cursed him in public. A widow said she had wept with anger in front of him, blaming heaven, family, fate, and even the monks, and he had not withdrawn from her pain for even a moment. A farmer claimed that when a drunken soldier mocked the monk's robes and threw mud at his feet, the monk only stepped aside, looked at the man as one might look at a child in fever, and asked whether he had eaten. A fisherman told another version, quieter but no less astonishing to him. He said that during a hard season, when his nets kept coming up empty and his temper had grown short with everyone in his house, he had gone to the monastery only to complain, expecting the monk to offer him a blessing he did not really believe in. Instead, the monk asked him to sit, poured him tea with unhurried hands, and simply listened while the fisherman spoke of debts, of a wife who no longer looked at him with warmth, of nights spent staring at the ceiling in silent fury at the sea itself. The monk said very little, but when the fisherman rose to leave, he found that the anger he had carried up the mountain had somehow grown lighter than the anger he had carried up with him. He could not explain how. He only knew that no one had rushed him toward calm, and that this, strangely, was what had allowed the calm to come. A young bride, newly arrived in the valley and homesick for her own village, said that she had once come to the monastery in tears after a quarrel with her husband's mother, certain she would be told to endure in silence as women before her had been told. Instead, the monk asked her only what she needed in that moment, and when she admitted she did not know, he told her that not knowing was itself an honest place to begin. She left without a solution to her quarrel, but without the shame she had carried into the room, and that, she said, had made all the difference in how she returned to her new family that evening. By the time these stories descended from the mountain and spread through the valley, they were told with the awe usually reserved for miracles. It was not simply that he kept his temper. Many people can remain silent for a moment while rage gathers underneath. Many can wear politeness like a mask and still carry storms in the chest. That was not what puzzled those who met him. What unsettled them, and drew them back to him again and again, was that there seemed to be no hidden flame at all, no tightening around the mouth, no shadow in the eyes, no cold retaliation stored for later. If harsh words reached him, they did not appear to wound his vanity. If disrespect approached him, it found no pride to strike. It was as if anger came to his door and discovered there was nothing inside for it to claim, and this, more than his learning or his vows or the plainness of his life, gave him a kind of authority no official power could command. The valley knew strong men. It knew landowners whose decisions could change a family's future. It knew magistrates who settled disputes with a stamp and a sentence. It knew hunters who feared neither winter nor wolves. It knew soldiers with hard hands and louder voices than any temple bell. But all of them, however feared, were ruled by something they could not always master. One insult, one loss, one challenge to their importance, and their peace could vanish like mist under sun. The monk possessed no land, carried no weapon, and gave no orders. Still, there were people who lowered their eyes in his presence not from fear, but from a strange recognition that he was freer than they were. That freedom became a question the whole region held in its mouth. How could one human being remain so undisturbed in a world like this one? Was he born with a gentleness others had simply never received? Had the blood in his body always moved more quietly? His mind always bent toward peace, the way willow branches bend toward water? Or had he once known the same heat, the same flashes of bitterness and self-defense, and somehow learned to let them pass? Had he become peaceful not because life spared him, but because life did not? These were not small questions. They touched the deepest hope and fear in everyone who asked them. Because if he had merely been born different, then his calm was beautiful but distant, like the moon reflected in a lake, lovely to look at, impossible to touch. But if he had become this way through suffering, through discipline, through seeing clearly into the roots of pain, then perhaps his peace belonged not only to him, perhaps it was a path. Perhaps the heart, even an ordinary wounded heart, could be trained to stop feeding its own fire. As night settled around the monastery, These questions seemed to gather with the mist. The bells rang again, lower now, slower. The final color drained from the western sky, leaving behind a silver seam above the ridge. The cold sharpened. Breath showed white in the lantern glow. Somewhere down in the valley, a dog barked and was answered. Then all was still. There are places where darkness makes the world feel larger, and places where it makes the world feel close enough to hold. The mountain monastery, at that hour, was both. The cliffs beyond it disappeared into shadow, and the sky opened with 1,000 hard and patient stars. Yet the small circles of lantern light, the scent of cedar and ash, the distant bell, the hush of cloth against skin as monks moved through evening rituals, gave everything a tenderness that invited trust. It is in such hours, when the outer world grows quiet, that deeper stories can finally be heard. So let us look more closely at the man at the center of this one. He was not remarkable in the ways crowds usually notice. His robe was patched in places and sun-faded at the fold. His hands were lean, marked by years of work as much as prayer. His face held the weather of the mountain, fine lines at the eyes, skin touched by wind and winter. When he walked, he did not move with the theatrical slowness some mistake for holiness. He moved simply, with full attention, as if each step deserved to be completed before the next began. His voice, those who remembered it best would later say, had the quality of water poured from a clay pitcher. Quiet, steady, and enough. Nothing in him suggested weakness. This mattered, because the world often misunderstands peace. It imagines that a person who does not fight must be afraid to fight, that one who does not answer insult must secretly accept humiliation. That gentleness is only a softer name for defeat. But those who met this monk closely sensed the opposite. His calm did not feel fragile. It did not feel like avoidance, passivity, or numbness. It felt rooted. It felt tested. It felt like the stillness of an old tree that has survived many winters and no longer trembles at every wind. And so another truth slowly revealed itself to those willing to stay near him long enough. His serenity was not innocence. He had not floated untouched above the human condition. He was not a man protected from sorrow by some sealed spiritual distance. He listened too carefully for that. He recognized grief too quickly in other people's faces. He knew the tones of anger not only when they were shouted, but when they were hidden beneath courtesy, sarcasm, righteousness, or pain. Sometimes, when he sat in silence after hearing another person speak, there was in his expression the faintest trace of recognition, as though some ancient echo had passed through him and found no resistance there. It was this more than anything that made people trust him. He did not stand apart from suffering as a judge. He seemed to understand it from within. That is why the mystery of him deepened rather than dissolved. If he had known hurt, why did hurt not harden him? If he had known insult, why did insult not leave thorns in his speech? If he had suffered, why was there no bitterness in the way he held the world? Human beings are used to pain turning inward and becoming shame, or outward and becoming anger. We know the old alchemy by which disappointment becomes blame, fear becomes aggression, grief becomes resentment. We know how quickly the mind protects itself by dividing the world into those who injured us and those who stand with us. To meet someone who had passed through suffering without becoming cruel was to encounter a possibility many had almost forgotten. The monk never claimed to be beyond human feeling. He did not teach that anger could be crushed by force or denied or buried under a saintly expression. He understood in the deep Buddhist way that what rules us often does so because we refuse to look at it with honesty. Fire grows where there is grasping. It rises where there is the insistence that life obey the shape of our desires. It feeds on pride, on wounded identity, on the desperate illusion that there is a solid self inside us that must be defended at all costs. Where that illusion is believed without question, anger finds wood, oil, and wind. But where it is examined patiently, Compassion begins to loosen what rage once held tight. The villagers did not speak in such terms, not usually. They spoke in simpler ways. They said he had a heart like clear water. They said that to sit near him was to remember something gentle in oneself. They said he could hear a person's pain underneath their harshest words. They said no one ever left him feeling smaller than when they arrived. Yet beneath these simple observations was a truth as profound as any scripture. The monk's peace was not an accident of temperament. It was the fruit of understanding, and understanding had been watered by long practice. Still, even that is not the beginning, for no discipline appears full-grown in a man. No wisdom descends one evening complete as moonlight on stone. Before there is serenity, there is usually confusion. Before there is compassion, there is often hurt. Before one learns not to feed anger, one must first know the taste of being burned by it. Somewhere behind the still face lit by lantern glow, behind the measured breath, behind the mountain silence and the years in robes, there was once a child. A child with a given name, with a mother's voice in his ear, with fears he could not yet calm, with sorrows he did not yet know how to carry. And if we truly want to understand why anger never ruled him, we must not begin with the monk the valley admired. We must go back further, to the boy he once was, long before the robes, the silence, and the mountain path. He was born in a village so small that strangers passed through it without remembering its name. It lay between dry fields and low hills that looked gentle from a distance, but offered little comfort up close. The earth there was not generous. It demanded work from the body and patience from the spirit. And even then it gave only enough to keep a family moving from one season into the next. In years of thin rain, the soil cracked like old hands. In years of heavy weather, the paths became mud, the roofs leaked, and everything smelled of damp straw and exhaustion. No one in that place expected childhood to be soft. Children learned early how to carry water, gather wood, sweep floors, mind younger siblings, and keep out of the way when adults were tired. Hunger was not always dramatic, but it was familiar. So was cold. So was the sharp tone that comes into a voice when a person has been worried too long and slept too little. Tenderness existed, yes, but it often appeared only in passing, like sunlight breaking through clouds for a brief and accidental minute. Most days were made not of cruelty, but of strain. And strain, repeated enough times, can harden even decent hearts. The boy who would one day become the monk was not born into silence, nor into a household shaped by teachings, incense, and peace. He was born where tools struck wood before sunrise, where meals were measured carefully, where grown people counted debts in their heads, while pretending not to be afraid. He knew the sounds of labor before he knew the language of reflection. He knew the pace of survival before he knew anything of stillness. His family was neither the worst nor the best in the village. They were simply like many others, pressed by need, tired by duty, bound together by love that did not always know how to speak gently. There was a parent in the home, and an elder, too, depending on the season and the shifting circumstances of kin, whose temper had become a second presence in the house. It did not arrive all at once. It lived in the air. It could be felt in the tightening of shoulders, in the quick placing of bowls, in the silence before a door opened. Sometimes it was his father, worn by failed harvests, by back pain, by the humiliation of needing help and receiving little. Sometimes it was an older uncle who had come to stay after his own losses, and carried bitterness the way others carried sacks of grain. In a poor home, anger often has many mouths. The boy learned to read those moods before he could read written words. He could hear from the sound of footsteps whether the evening would pass in peace or break apart. He could tell from the way a pot was set down whether someone had returned home disappointed. He watched his mother's face grow still when she sensed danger approaching in the form of a raised voice. He watched younger children become suddenly obedient their little hands moving faster, their laughter cut short as if snipped by invisible scissors. There were nights when the anger in the house burst open over something small, because small things are often all that exhausted people have left to fight over. A bowl not cleaned well enough, rice spilled on the floor, a late errand, a child asking the wrong question at the wrong moment. Then words would come, hot and fast, more violent than the mistake deserved. The room would seem to shrink around them. Even when no hand was lifted, the force of the voice was enough to strike everyone inside it. And what pained the boy most was not only the fear of being scolded, it was what he saw happen to the one who shouted. As a child, he had not yet learned to separate people neatly into good and bad. He could still see, even through fear, that the angry elder was suffering too. After an outburst, the face would often collapse into weariness. The eyes would turn away. Sometimes there was stubborn pride, but sometimes there was shame, though no apology came. The one who had spoken in fury looked diminished by it, as if anger had stolen something from him the moment it passed through his mouth. The boy saw that rage injured the listener, yes, but it also scorched the speaker from within. This impression settled deeply in him. He was not a loud child by nature. From the beginning he had the kind of temperament that receives the world without much armor. He noticed tones others ignored. He felt shifts in atmosphere that older people dismissed. A careless remark could bruise him for hours. Harsh laughter, even when not aimed at him, stayed in his chest long after everyone else had moved on. He was quiet not because he had nothing to think, but because he was thinking too much, feeling too much, storing too much inside. In another home, perhaps this sensitivity would have been recognized as gentleness. In his home, it was mostly mistaken for weakness, shyness, or slowness. He was told not to be so fragile. He was told to work harder, to stop staring, to answer more quickly. When he flinched at conflict, there were adults who grew impatient with him. Life, they seemed to believe, would not bend itself to comfort a tender-hearted boy. And they were right, in a way. The world did not soften for him, but the softness remained in him, and because it had nowhere easy to go, it turned inward and became a hidden ache. He began to dread anger long before he understood it. At first, he feared the anger of others, the way a small animal fears thunder. But as he grew older, another fear arose, quieter and more troubling. He noticed sparks of the same fire appearing inside himself. He would feel his jaw tighten when blamed unfairly. He would imagine sharp replies he was too frightened to speak aloud. He would feel a burning in his face when mocked by other children, or ordered about by adults who never seemed satisfied. Sometimes, alone, he would strike a wall of packed earth with the side of his fist, then stare at the dust on his skin, as if it belonged to someone else. Those moments frightened him. He had seen too clearly what anger did. He had watched it deform voices, poison evenings, and leave behind a silence heavier than noise. He had seen a whole household bend itself around one person's ungoverned temper. And now, in small secret flashes, he recognized that same force in his own body. He did not yet know that anger itself was not the enemy, only that to be ruled by it seemed terrible. He feared that one day he might become another man whose pain spilled outward, another adult whose love would arrive, wrapped in tension and fear. Because he was young, he could not explain any of this. He only carried it, so he found ways to disappear without truly leaving. He lingered at the edge of the yard when chores were done. He volunteered for errands that took him beyond the house. He drew water slowly. He walked the longer path when sent to borrow grain or return a tool. Sometimes these were only the instincts of a child trying to avoid shouting, but slowly they became something more. Outside, the world did not become easy. The village was still poor. The wind still bit at his skin in cold months and filled his eyes with dust in dry ones. His feet still ached from walking. His stomach still knew emptiness. Yet beyond the walls of the house, He discovered moments that did not wound him. There were places where nothing demanded an answer, places where no one's mood controlled the air. He began to love the hour just before dawn, when the world seemed to hold its breath. The village at that time was not yet speaking in arguments, instructions, or complaints. Even the animals moved more quietly. Smoke rose in thin lines from a few early fires, and the fields were silvered with a light so soft it seemed not to belong to the same harsh world he knew by day. He would stand with a bucket in his hand and feel, for a few precious moments, that life contained another rhythm beneath the one that exhausted everyone. He loved the sound of water most of all. There was a narrow stream beyond the cultivated land, shallow in some seasons, lively in others, threading itself around stones and roots with patient persistence. When he sat near it, the knot inside him loosened a little. The stream did not hurry even when obstacles interrupted it. It did not shout at the rock for being in its way. It curved, gathered itself, and continued. A child does not think in philosophy, but he feels patterns before he can name them. Something in that movement comforted him. Something in the plain, tireless flow suggested a manner of being that was stronger than force. He also watched trees in the wind. He noticed how reeds bowed and did not break. He noticed birds, pausing on branches as if they belonged exactly where they were, without apology and without strain. He noticed that the mountain above the village remained silent, where the men below were cursing, bargaining, laughing, or grieving. Nature did not mock his fear. It did not shout him into obedience. Its stillness was not cold. To him it felt trustworthy. These moments did not yet form a belief, but they became his first refuge. If the house had been his first school in the effects of anger, then the fields, the stream, the dawn sky, and the patient hills became his first lessons in another possibility. Not because they taught with words, but because they offered a different experience in the body. Near conflict, he became tight, alert, and small. Near stillness, he could breathe. Near shouting, his thoughts scattered. Near the sound of wind through leaves, something in him returned. He began, without intending to compare the two worlds. Inside the house, one harsh sentence could darken an entire evening. Outside, even a storm passed without malice. Inside, people wounded one another and then sat trapped in the same room with the wound. Outside, broken things were folded back into life with surprising calm. A branch fell. New shoots came. Mud dried, floodwater receded. The sun returned without needing anyone to deserve it. To a boy bruised by human reactions, this quiet order felt almost sacred, though he did not yet know that word in its deepest sense. There were times when he tried to imitate that stillness in small, clumsy ways. When anger rose around him, he would lower his eyes and watch his breathing, not as a technique but as a child's instinctive effort not to be swept away. He would count heartbeats. He would press his thumb into his palm until the sting gave his mind somewhere to rest. Once, after being scolded unjustly for breaking something he had not touched, he ran behind the house in tears and sat against a tree until the bark's rough steadiness cooled him. He could not have explained why he did it. He only knew that the tree did not demand that he become harder than he was, and yet the tenderness in him remained vulnerable. He was not serene, he was not enlightened. He was simply a child trying not to be consumed by what frightened him. Some days he failed. Some days resentment sat in him like a coal. He would replay a cruel word again and again. He would imagine escape, or revenge, or the impossible miracle of waking up in a different life. But even then, another part of him kept listening for something gentler. It was faint, but persistent. That faintness mattered. For many people, spiritual longing does not begin as holiness. It begins as discomfort with the ordinary ways of harm. It begins when the heart, even a child's heart, senses that the world of accusation, pride, and wounded reaction cannot be the only way to live. In him, that longing was not yet shaped by teachings or vows. It was only a homesick feeling for a peace he had never fully known. He could not have described it to anyone in the village. They would have heard only strangeness in it. So he kept it close and silent, like a coal hidden under ash. Years later, those who met him as a monk would imagine that calm had always belonged to him. They would see his patience and think it came naturally, as if some fortunate child had simply matured into a wise man. But the truth was more moving than that. His calm did not grow in the absence of anger. It grew in the shadow of it. His gentleness was not ignorance of injury. It was a response to injury, born from early witness and early fear, from nights spent listening to voices sharpened by suffering, from days spent searching among fields and streams for a way of being that did not leave wounds wherever it passed. And somewhere in that searching, before he had any language for practice or path, before he knew what discipline might one day ask of him, his heart began to lean toward whatever was quiet, true, and unafraid. What first opened that heart was not a grand teaching, but a simple encounter that gave a frightened child another way to live. It happened on a late afternoon at the edge of the dry season, when the village air carried both dust and the faint sweetness of crushed grass. The sun had begun to soften, but the earth still held the day's heat, and every sound seemed to travel a little farther than usual. Children were being called home. Pots were being rinsed. Men removed from the fields walked with the tired silence of those who had measured themselves against weather and hunger since morning. It was an ordinary day, the kind no one expects to remember. And yet it became the day the boy first saw that another kind of struggle could exist in this world. Word moved quickly, as it always did in small places. A wandering monk was coming along the road from the western hills. No one knew his name. Some said he had stayed in distant monasteries. Some said he traveled alone and owned almost nothing. Others shrugged and said that holy men came and went, and that hunger did not leave simply because a man wore robes and spoke softly. By the time he appeared, a small cluster of villagers had already gathered near the well, not because they were eager to learn, but because curiosity likes company. The boy was there too, standing a little behind the adults where he could watch without being noticed. He had learned early that it was safer to observe than to speak. He stood with his shoulders slightly drawn in, his eyes alert, as if the world might flare up at any moment, because so often it had. The monk came walking without hurry. His robe was faded from sun and travel, patched in several places with cloth of slightly different colors. Dust covered the hem. He carried a bowl and a staff, and his sandals looked worn thin by many roads. There was nothing grand about him. No attendants, no display, no air of importance. And yet the moment he entered the space near the well, the boy felt something unusual, something almost impossible to name. It was not authority in the way he had seen authority before, not the loudness of men who demanded respect, nor the sharp stillness of those who could punish. It was a different kind of presence. The monk seemed entirely at ease, as if he did not need the world to become kinder before he could be peaceful within it. At first, no one greeted him. An older shopkeeper, a man known for his suspicious nature and quick tongue, looked the monk up and down and said loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Another one, another holy traveler with an empty bowl and a full appetite." A few men laughed. The monk stopped, bowed his head slightly, and smiled as though the words had been no heavier than leaves falling at his feet. "Then I must be fortunate," he said gently, "to arrive in a village rich enough to notice both." The answer startled the crowd into a brief silence. It was not defensive, not wounded, not cleverly cruel. It had warmth in it. Even the laughter that followed was different now, less pointed, almost embarrassed. But the shopkeeper was not finished. Perhaps he felt challenged by the monk's calm, though there had been no challenge in it. "Rich?" he scoffed. "If wisdom filled bowls, we would all be fat by now. Can you bless empty stomachs into fullness? Again the monk did not stiffen. He did not gather himself for combat. He simply looked at the man with a face so open that it seemed to leave no place for insult to land. "No," he said. "Rice still must be planted, cut and cooked. I cannot turn words into grain. But a hungry man may suffer from little food and still suffer more from a burning heart. If I can help cool that fire, even for a moment, then perhaps he will carry his hunger more gently." There were mutters at this. Some found the answer wise. Others found it irritating. The village was not made of one mood. Pain had many voices there, and not all of them welcomed peace. One woman, whose husband drank away much of what the family earned, folded her arms and said, "Easy to speak of gentle hearts when you can walk away from trouble." The monk turned to her immediately, and the boy noticed how carefully he listened before replying, as if her bitterness were not an offense, but a wound showing itself. "You may be right," he said. "A traveler leaves many things behind, but wherever I go, I meet sorrow. It changes clothes from village to village, yet I know it when I see it." Something in the woman's face shifted, though only slightly. She looked away first. The boy had never seen such a thing. In his world, harsh words called forth harsher ones. Pride met pride. Injury answered injury. Even silence at times felt like a sharpened blade. Yet here was a man standing in the middle of mockery and distrust without shrinking, without striking back, without losing himself. The boy could not understand it. He watched closely, searching for the hidden cost. Surely the monk must feel humiliated. Surely behind that soft expression, anger must be gathering. Surely the smile was only a mask. But it did not seem to be a mask. The monk accepted a dipper of water from a child, thanked him as if receiving a precious gift, and sat beneath the shade of a neem tree near the well. People lingered, pretending they were not interested. A few drifted away. A few drifted closer. The shopkeeper remained with his arms crossed, unwilling to leave before he had decided what this man was made of. The boy stayed where he was, almost holding his breath. After some time, a group of older boys came near. They were restless, full of the rough energy that often seeks a target simply because one is available. One of them mimicked the monk's slow walk, causing the others to laugh. Another asked whether the road had made him too tired to speak clearly. A third tossed a small seed pod that struck the monk's robe and fell harmlessly to the ground. Several adults saw it and did nothing. The boy's body tightened at once. He knew this rhythm. He knew how quickly teasing could turn hard, how a face could become mean in an instant. He looked at the monk, expecting the familiar signs: a jaw hardening, eyes narrowing, shoulders preparing for either rebuke or retreat. Instead, the monk bent down, picked up the seed pod, and turned it over in his fingers with mild curiosity. "This tree is generous," he said. "Even its children come to me bearing gifts." The older boys were caught off guard. Their laughter broke apart. One of them, bold enough to recover first, said, "That was no gift." The monk nodded. "Then perhaps it was a question." "A question," the boy said. "Yes," the monk replied. "Perhaps you wish to ask whether a man can be struck lightly and still remain light in heart." The answer was so unexpected that even the adults smiled. But the monk was not trying to win. The boy could feel that somehow. He was not scoring points. He was making room, turning the heat of the moment into something else. The bold boy snorted, though less convincingly now. "And can he?" The monk rested the seed pod in his palm. "He can try," he said. "Most of us fail many times before we learn." There was no superiority in his voice, no polished distance. He did not speak as one untouched by human weakness. He spoke as though he knew anger well and had chosen not to obey it. That was what reached the boy more deeply than anything else. If the monk had seemed born above ordinary hurt, the lesson might have remained too far away, too bright to approach. But there was humility in him, and tenderness. He made peace seem human. As the crowd thinned, the boy remained under the excuse of helping carry a water jar home later. In truth, he could not pull himself away. Something had opened in him, though he could not have said what. It was like hearing, for the first time, a sound one had always needed. When the sun lowered further and the shadows of the trees stretched long across the ground, the monk finally looked toward the boy. Not in the vague way adults often look at children, but directly, kindly, as if he had noticed him all along. "You have been very quiet," he said. The boy felt his face warm. "I did not want to disturb you. You have not disturbed me." The monk's voice was so gentle that the boy found himself stepping closer before fear could stop him. Up close, he could see the lines at the corners of the monk's eyes, carved not by strain alone but by long years of smiling. He could also see tiredness there and dust and the plain evidence of a life exposed to weather. This too mattered. Calm had a body, compassion had feet. It could walk through heat and ridicule and still arrive whole. After a moment, the boy asked the question that had been pressing against his ribs since the monk first endured the shopkeeper's scorn. "Why were you not angry?" The monk did not answer immediately. He looked out toward the road, where the last gold of evening rested on the dust. "Who says I have never felt anger?" he asked. The boy blinked. "But they spoke to you badly." "They did. And still, you were not angry." The monk smiled, but this time with a hint of sadness, as one smiles at a child who has asked the right question and deserves the truest answer. "Anger may knock at the door," he said. "That is not always in our control, but we do not have to invite it in, feed it, and ask it to speak for us." The boy was silent. The monk lowered his hand and gently pressed the seed pod into the boy's palm. It was warm from being held. "Have you ever picked up a coal from a fire?" he asked. "No," said the boy. "Good. Then imagine it. If someone insults you and you clutch anger tightly, hoping to throw it back and wound them, who is burned first?" The boy looked down at the seed pod in his hand, as if the answer might be written there. The one holding it. "Yes." The monk's voice became softer still. "A hot coal burns the hand that holds it." Many people spend their lives believing anger protects their dignity. Sometimes it only harms the one carrying it. The hand closes, the pain grows, and still they do not let go. The words entered the boy with unusual force. Not because they were complicated, but because they were not. He could feel their truth before he could fully think it through. He had seen people in his own home hold invisible coals until their voices, faces, and even silence seemed scorched by them. He had seen hurt passed from one person to another like flame catching dry grass. Yet no one had ever spoken of simply opening the hand. "But if you let go," the boy said carefully, "doesn't that mean they win?" The monk turned back to him, and there was such warmth in his gaze that the boy did not feel foolish for asking. "What is it they win?" he said. "Your pain? Your peace? Your ability to choose what kind of person you will become. If someone hands you fire and you do not take it, whose fire is it?" The boy's throat tightened unexpectedly. No one had ever spoken to him as though his inner life mattered, as though he might one day choose his way, rather than merely endure whatever the world poured into him. The monk seemed to sense the trembling in him without naming it. "Little one," he said, "not every battle is won by striking. Some are won by refusing to become what injured you." The evening sounds around them deepened. A cart creaked somewhere down the road. A mother called for her daughter. A dog barked and then settled. The village was the same village it had been that morning, with the same weary houses, the same unresolved sorrows, the same human tempers waiting behind familiar doors. And yet for the boy, nothing was quite the same now. He crouched near the monk, no longer only watching, but resting in the space of his presence. That was the part he would remember all his life, not only the words, but the feeling beside them. The monk's calm was not cold. It did not make him distant. It made him available. To stand near him was to feel that one's fear did not need to be hidden, that one's confusion was not shameful, that gentleness might be stronger than the hard world had taught. For a long moment they said nothing. The monk simply sat with him beneath the neem tree, as if silence itself could teach. And perhaps it did. The boy had known silences filled with dread, silences heavy with the threat of what might be said next. This silence was different. It held no edge. It asked nothing of him. It let him breathe. At last the monk rose, preparing to continue on before night fully fell. The boy felt a sudden ache at the thought of his leaving, surprising in its intensity. He had known the man only a short while, yet something in him had already leaned toward this new possibility, with all the hunger of a thirsty root finding water. "Will you come back?" the boy asked. The monk adjusted the strap of his bowl and looked at him with the tenderness of one who understands that some meetings are brief but not small. "The roads decide many things," he said, "but what matters most is not whether you see me again. It is whether, when anger comes to your door, you remember that you do not have to make it your teacher." Then, after a pause, he added, "And when you can, be kind to the frightened places in yourself. They are often the first to reach for fire." The boy nodded, though he knew he had only begun to understand. He watched the monk walk back toward the road, his figure growing smaller in the amber light, robe moving softly with each step. No miracle had happened, no wound had instantly vanished from the boy's life, but something more durable than sudden relief had been given to him. He had seen peace made visible in an ordinary human being. He had seen dignity remain intact without retaliation. He had seen that gentleness was not weakness, and calm was not emptiness, and that a person could meet the world's roughness without letting it shape the deepest part of his heart. And once he had seen that, the life he had known could no longer fully contain him. The change did not arrive as a dramatic vow spoken beneath the moon, nor as a clean break from everything he had been. It came quietly, like water gathering under soil, before any green shoot appears. In the days that followed, he still woke to the same sounds of village life. The same doors creaked. The same cooking fire sent smoke into the early air. The same voices traded worries over grain, weather, debts, and family quarrels. He still carried wood, still fetched water, still answered when spoken to. Outwardly, very little had changed, and yet inwardly, something had loosened. He found that when anger rose around him, he no longer saw it only as power. He saw its cost. He saw how it narrowed faces, sharpened words, bent backs, and stayed long after the argument itself had ended. He saw, too, that in himself there was a restlessness that village life could not soothe. Not because the village was cruel in every hour. It held tenderness as well. There was the smell of rice, steaming in the dark before dawn. There were old songs hummed while mending clothes. There were neighbors who carried one another through illness and loss. There was the small, stubborn loyalty of ordinary people who had little and still found ways to share. That was what made his longing so painful. He was not trying to escape a world made only of suffering. He was leaving a world that had also loved him. The path before him did not ask him to reject the hands that had fed him, the fields that had shaped him, or the familiar voices that had called his name since childhood. But it did ask something almost as difficult. It asked him to love those things without clinging to them, and to walk away, not because they had failed him entirely, but because something deeper had begun to call. For many nights he slept little. He lay listening to the soft breathing of the household and stared into the darkness, feeling pulled in opposite directions. One part of him wanted to stay and be dutiful, to remain near those who needed his labor, to live as others expected him to live. Another part, quieter but more enduring, kept turning toward the memory of that monk on the road, toward the possibility that peace was not a tale for rare souls but a discipline, a way of seeing, a way of being trained. He felt guilt before he ever spoke of leaving. Guilt for even imagining a life apart from the family's needs. Guilt for wanting silence when others needed help. Guilt for carrying in his chest a strange kind of relief whenever he pictured himself beyond the village boundaries, walking where no one knew his habits, his temper, his old injuries. Relief can be difficult to admit when those we love are still standing where we left them. It can feel like betrayal, even when it grows from sincerity rather than rejection. When at last he told his family, the words came unevenly. He did not speak like a hero from a legend. His voice trembled. He paused often. He struggled to explain something that did not fit neatly into practical language. How could he say that he felt both summoned and uncertain, that he feared he might be selfish, and feared just as much that if he ignored this calling, he would spend his whole life growing harder, in ways he could no longer bear? That he did not know exactly what he would become, only that he could not remain unchanged. There was hurt in the room when he spoke. Even when people try to be noble, pain still enters first. Some understood only that he wished to go away. Some heard in his decision an accusation against the life they had all shared. Some worried that hardship had confused him, or that youthful longing had made him foolish. And some, though they said little, looked at him with the sorrow reserved for those who know that love cannot keep another person from his path. His mother wept quietly, not to stop him, but because a leaving is a kind of death, even when no one has died. His father sat with long silence before answering. He did not bless the decision immediately. He measured it against labor, survival, duty, and the many practical burdens that do not disappear because a young man's heart has changed. But perhaps he also recognized something in his son's face that could not be argued away. Not certainty, not pride. Something more vulnerable than that. Necessity. In the days before his departure, every familiar thing seemed to take on an unusual tenderness. The cup from which he drank, the worn threshold at the door, the path to the well, the rough cloth folded near his sleeping place, the tree that leaned over the yard and dropped leaves in one corner after every wind. He noticed with almost painful clarity how much of a life is made of repeated small encounters that seem ordinary until they are numbered. The morning he left arrived before the sun had fully taken hold of the sky. Mist still lay low over the ground. The village had not yet awakened into its daytime noise. A few cooking fires glowed. A dog shifted in sleep. Somewhere a bird called once and then again. He carried little. A small bundle of clothes, simple provisions, and the uncertainty of a heart stepping beyond what it knows. There were no grand speeches. Goodbyes, when they are real, are often much quieter than imagination expects. His mother touched his sleeve and then his face, as if memorizing both. His father gave him advice in the language available to him. Walk carefully, keep your word, do not be lazy, do not be proud. It was not a spiritual blessing in polished form, yet beneath it lived concern, restraint, and a love too disciplined to display itself easily. Others stood nearby, awkward, sad, watchful. No one could cross the road for him, so he bowed, turned, and began. At first the path was known to him. He passed the fields where he had worked, the hedges he had cut past 100 times, the stones beside the road that children used as seats when they were tired. The familiarity made his leaving feel unreal. It was as though he were only running an errand and would return by evening. But slowly the outlines changed. The path narrowed. Houses fell away. The sounds of village life thinned behind him until they became only memory. He walked through valleys where the morning mist moved like breath over the earth. The road bent beside quiet streams and wider rivers whose surfaces caught pale light between the trees. Sometimes he crossed narrow wooden bridges that creaked under his weight. Sometimes he removed his sandals and stepped through cool water where no bridge stood, feeling the current press lightly against his ankles before releasing him on the opposite bank. The journey was long enough to soften thought. Hour after hour, the rhythm of walking began to loosen the knots of speech inside him. At first his mind argued with itself. Had he done wrong? Would his family forgive him? Was he chasing a noble illusion because he could not bear an ordinary life? Would the monastery welcome him? Would he discover, too late, that he had mistaken restlessness for calling? But the road asked no answer all at once. It gave him distance in measured portions, a rise in the path, a stand of cedar trees, a bird lifting suddenly from dry grass, wind moving over stone, the smell of damp earth after shade, the sharp brightness of noon on an open stretch where there was nowhere to hide from the sun. Then evening, when the mountains seemed to gather the last light and hold it in silence. Some nights he stayed with villagers who offered a corner of floor and a bowl of simple food. Some nights he slept beneath sheltering trees, wrapped in his robe, listening to insects and the distant rush of water. In those dark hours, his courage shrank and expanded by turns. There were moments when he felt astonishingly free, as if each step had stripped away a layer of noise. There were also moments when loneliness came so sharply that he had to sit very still and let it pass through him like cold. As the land rose, the roads became narrower and more uneven. The mountains did not yield themselves easily. They asked patience. Stones shifted underfoot. Thin trails wound along ridges and dipped into shaded hollows. Pines stood in long ranks, their scent clean and austere. Rivers, once broad and gentle in the lowlands, ran quicker here, pressing around rock with tireless white motion. The world felt older in the high places, less interested in human plans. That indifference calmed him. For the first time, he began to sense that his private turmoil was not the center of existence. Valleys opened whether he was brave or frightened. Clouds formed and dissolved without consulting his doubts. The road remained simply a road. To walk it was enough. By the time the monastery came into view, he was tired in body and strangely transparent in spirit, as if the journey had worn thin the layer of self he used to present to the world. It stood along the slope of a mountain where the trees opened just enough to make room for walls, small buildings, stone paths, and prayer flags faded by weather. It was neither grand nor poor. It seemed to belong to the mountain more than to those who lived there. He had imagined, perhaps, that arrival would feel like immediate peace. Instead, he felt shy, dusty, uncertain, and deeply aware of his own awkwardness. A novice led him inside. The first things he noticed were not holiness in any dramatic sense, but order and quiet. Sandals aligned near a threshold, water jars filled and covered, swept courtyards, a bell whose sound did not rush, faces that looked at him directly but without intrusion. The monastery was disciplined, yet the discipline did not feel cruel. It felt shaped by care. Silence was kept not to punish speech, but to make room for attention. Chores were done not as lowly burdens assigned to the unimportant, but as part of practice itself. Floors were swept slowly and thoroughly. Rice was washed with mindfulness. Robes were folded with respect. Water was carried without complaint when possible, and with honesty when complaint arose. This surprised him. In the village, noise had been woven through every task. People talked while working, argued while working, worried while working, relived old wounds while working. Here, even ordinary labor seemed to settle the mind instead of scattering it. At dawn came the bell, then rising, washing, bowing, chanting. Voices joined and separated in measured cadence, carrying words older than any single life. The chants did not erase sorrow, but they held it differently. They gave shape to the shapeless. They reminded the body to kneel when the mind did not yet know how to surrender. Meals were simple. Time was observed carefully. Elders corrected novices, but not always with severity. Sometimes compassion appeared in a hand gesture, in a bowl filled without comment, in a patient repetition of instruction when a new arrival forgot. He learned when to speak and when not to. He learned where to sit, how to bow, how to clean, how to listen for the bell, and let it interrupt whatever thought had gripped him. But the monastery was not an escape from himself. If anything, It removed many of the distractions that had allowed him to avoid seeing his mind clearly. In the village, anger could always point outward. There was always someone to blame, some injustice to revisit, some insult to answer, some noise to drown deeper discomfort. In the monastery, the external world became quieter, and because of that, the inner world grew unmistakably loud. A careless word from another novice could still sting him. A correction from an elder could burn his pride. Hunger made him irritable. Fatigue sharpened old resentments. During long periods of silence, memories he thought he had left behind returned with astonishing force. He remembered humiliations from childhood, sharp faces, dismissive voices, moments of helplessness he had never fully grieved. He found that anger had not been left at the gate with his sandals. It sat beside him in meditation. It walked with him to the well. It knelt with him in the shrine hall. It even hid inside his desire to become peaceful too quickly. This, than any mountain road, tested him. For now, there were fewer places to pretend. The forms of practice were clear. The day had structure. The teachings pointed inward again and again. Watch the breath. Watch the mind. Notice the feeling before the reaction hardens. Notice the heat in the body. Notice the story that arrives to justify it. Notice the wound beneath the flame. He began to understand that entering monastic life did not make him a calm man. It made him an honest one, or at least gave him the chance to become one. The robe did not purify his heart by magic. The chants did not dissolve his temper in a single morning. The silence did not mean the absence of struggle. It meant that struggle could finally be heard. And inside the stillness he had longed for, he discovered that the loudest storms had traveled there with him. The first surprise was how ordinary the causes could be. He had imagined anger as something dramatic, something that arrived with insult, betrayal, or deep injustice. But in the monastery, it often appeared in much smaller clothes. It came when an elder corrected the way he folded his robe, not harshly, but for the third time, with the same patient voice that somehow made him feel even more childish. It came when his knees throbbed during meditation and the bell seemed impossibly far away. It came when sleep was thin, when his stomach felt hollow, when the morning air was cold enough to sting his skin as he washed. It came when another novice seemed serene, upright, composed, while his own mind ran in circles like an animal pacing inside a cage. None of this was the life he had imagined escaping into, and yet it was exactly the life he needed to meet. There were days when he felt corrected from sunrise until nightfall, a bowl placed a little too loudly, a step taken out of rhythm, a chant missed by a breath. The elders were not cruel. In truth, many of them were deeply kind. But discipline in a monastery is made of details, and details have a way of touching pride with a very sharp finger. Each instruction seemed to say, "You are not yet careful, not yet settled, not yet awake." Even when no one intended shame, shame rose quickly in him, and anger followed close behind like a bodyguard. At first he did what many people do when they want to think of themselves as spiritual. He tried to hide it from himself. He lowered his eyes. He softened his voice. He answered, "Yes, venerable sir, and thank you for the guidance." Outwardly, he was respectful. Inwardly, whole conversations burst into flame. He would bow, then walk away feeling hot in the chest, replaying the correction again and again, adding harshness that had not been there, imagining defenses he had not spoken. He noticed how the mind could take one small moment and build a private courtroom around it. In that courtroom, he was always misunderstood, always treated unfairly, always more sincere than others could see. This was one of the first painful truths he encountered. Anger did not always look like shouting. Sometimes it wore the face of obedience. Sometimes it sat inside silence and called itself restraint. Sometimes it became a cold politeness, a tight smile, a refusal to meet another's humanity. And sometimes it turned inward and became self-judgment, a cruel pressure that said, if you were truly devoted, you would not feel this at all. That last form wounded him most deeply, because he had come to the monastery not only seeking peace, but also hoping, secretly, to become another kind of person all at once. He thought the robe might place a sacred distance between him and his old reactions. He thought the simplicity of the monastic life would starve anger of its fuel. Instead, the opposite seemed true. Without the distractions of the world, he could feel every spark more clearly. Without the old habits that let him discharge frustration through noise, busyness, or complaint, anger remained in the body, visible and alive. It did not vanish, it waited, and the waiting made him uneasy. He began to notice that comparison was one of its favorite doorways. In the meditation hall, he would glance at another monk sitting utterly still, and something in him would tighten. Why is his breath calm while mine fights me? Why does he seem effortless while I feel full of gravel? Why do others look as though they belong here, while I remain a guest in my own practice? These thoughts did not always feel like anger at first. They felt like discouragement, inferiority, loneliness. But when he looked more carefully, he saw the edge beneath them. He was not only disappointed in himself, he was resentful that peace seemed to come more easily to others. He was angry that effort did not give immediate reward. The body knew this before the mind admitted it. His jaw would harden. The skin around his eyes would narrow. Heat would gather in the throat, then spread across the chest like water coming to a boil. His hands, resting in his lap, might appear still, yet inside them was a subtle urge to close, to grip, to hold. Sometimes the stomach would clench first. Sometimes the breath would become thin and quick, almost embarrassed to be seen. At other times, the whole field of his attention would shrink until only the object of irritation remained, bright and exaggerated, while everything else lost its softness. The teachings invited him to begin there, not with blame, not with a demand to be pure, not with an argument about whether he should or should not feel what he felt. Simply there. He had heard the instructions many times by then, but hearing is one thing, and needing them is another. Observe the mind, observe the body, notice feeling tone before story, pleasant, unpleasant, neutral. Notice contact, craving, resistance beginning to form. Do not rush to identify. Do not say too quickly, this is me, this is mine, this is what I am. Instead, look, what is actually happening now? At first this sounded almost too simple to be useful. When anger rose, it did not feel like a series of observable events. It felt like truth, it felt justified, it felt necessary. But slowly, under repetition, another possibility opened. What if anger was not a command but a process? What if between the first sting and the spoken word there were steps? What if those steps could be known? So he began, clumsily and often too late. After a correction, he would return to his place and sit with the aftershocks, not to suppress them, not to indulge them, just to see. Here is the heat in the cheeks. Here is the pressure in the chest. Here is the sentence forming. He always singles me out. Here is the next one. I will never do this right. Here is the urge to withdraw. Here is the wish to be seen as good. Here is the pain underneath the irritation, the old ache of feeling small. This changed the texture of practice. Before, he believed his only choices were expression or suppression. Either he acted the anger out through speech, gesture, or some sharpened silence, or he forced it down and carried it like poison. Now a third path flickered into view, not yet steady, but real observation without immediate obedience. In Buddhist teaching, this kind of looking is gentle but exact. A thought is known as thought. A sensation is known as sensation. An unpleasant feeling tone is known as unpleasant, without building a self around it. This does not make a person numb. It makes room. It loosens the knot between experience and identity. The monk was beginning to learn that anger could arise in awareness without becoming his master. It could be felt as movement, as energy, as burning, as contraction, as woundedness, as habit. It did not have to become speech. It did not have to become a story about who he was or who others were. Still, knowing this in principle did not save him from failure. Many evenings, lying on his thin mat, he replayed the day with a heavy heart. Here was the moment he spoke too abruptly while serving food. Here was the instant he ignored another novice because envy had soured him. Here was the hard inner voice that followed every mistake. You have left the world and brought all its ugliness with you. What kind of monk becomes angry over a folded robe, a sore back, a missed spoon, a tired morning? The shame could be fierce, more fierce at times than the anger itself. And shame is cunning. It can pretend to be humility while secretly centering the self. It says, I am uniquely flawed. I am especially hopeless. It keeps the wound alive by making identity out of imperfection. The monk did not have those exact words yet, but he could feel the trap of it. The more he condemned himself for being angry, the less honestly he could observe anger. The more he wanted to erase it, the more power it had in the dark. Some older monks seemed to understand this without needing long explanations. One teacher, after noticing the tension in his posture, simply said, "Do not be angry at anger. That is just adding a second fire." The words were plain, almost ordinary, but they stayed with him. A second fire. He knew that fire well. The first flame was the irritation itself. The second was the self-hatred, the panic, the desperate wish to be beyond such things. And often the second burned longer, so he tried another way. When irritation came, he would silently name what he could. Tightness, heat, undefending, wanting approval, fear. He did not always get the words right. Sometimes naming felt mechanical, and the mind protested, saying this is foolish, this changes nothing. But there were moments, brief and clear, when the naming created a little distance, just enough to keep him from being swallowed. One afternoon, exhausted after several nights of poor sleep, he was sweeping a stone path beneath the trees. The sun was high, and the work was simple, but his body felt heavy and dull. Another monk passed by, looked at the remaining leaves, and remarked that he had missed a section near the wall. The comment was minor, almost careless, yet in an instant anger surged through him with startling force. The chest tightened, the face flushed. In his mind a retort leapt forward, sharp and ready, and then something happened that had not happened before. He felt the anger arrive before he became it. Not perfectly, not with serene mastery, but clearly enough. First came the heat, fast and rising, then the pressure in the throat, then the thought, he thinks I am lazy, then the impulse to turn, to defend, to cut. For a heartbeat, maybe two, all of this was visible at once, as if a lamp had been lit inside the machinery. The anger had not disappeared, but it was no longer invisible. It had shape, sequence. He did not speak. He stood there with the broom in his hand and let the wave pass through its first crest. It was uncomfortable, almost shockingly so. Everything in him wanted relief through reaction. Yet beneath that urge, another understanding appeared. If he stayed still for one more breath, the anger would change. Not end immediately, not resolve into wisdom, but change. So he took one breath, then another. The leaves moved slightly in the wind. Somewhere nearby, a bell rang in the distance. The monk who had corrected him had already gone on. The world, remarkably, had not narrowed to the size of his wound. Sensation remained, heat remained, but the certainty began to weaken. The story lost some of its authority. By the time he resumed sweeping, there was still soreness in him, but there was also wonder. This was not victory in the way he had once imagined victory. He had not become a saint in the courtyard. He had not purified himself of all resentment. A small part of him still wanted to be admired for his restraint, which made him smile later with some embarrassment. But something genuine had shifted. He had seen that between the arising of anger and the making of harm, there could be awareness. And awareness, even if fragile, was freedom beginning to take form. That evening in meditation, he returned to the moment again and again, not to praise himself but to understand. The anger had entered through conditions: fatigue, sensitivity, pride, the wish to be seen as diligent. It had announced itself through the body before the mind clothed it in argument. It had asked for identification, for immediate service. And for the first time, he had not answered at once. This mattered more than he could fully know, because spiritual life was no longer an idea about being peaceful. It was becoming a discipline of intimacy with what was actually present. The path was not carrying him around anger. It was leading him directly through it, lantern in hand. Every correction, every discomfort, every small humiliation was revealing the places still organized around self-protection. And each moment of clear seeing, however imperfect, loosened one thread. He began to trust, very quietly, that the teachings were not asking him to become less human. They were asking him to stop fleeing his own humanity. Anger, seen clearly, was no longer proof of failure. It was a visitor carrying information. Here is hurt, here is grasping, here is fear, here is the old habit of making a fortress out of pain. To know this before acting was not the end of the path, it was the first honest step. That first glimpse of awareness was fragile, and life soon placed him in situations that would test it more severely. That first glimpse of awareness was fragile, and life soon placed him in situations that would test it more severely. But before those harder encounters arrived, there were years of quieter shaping, years in which transformation did not look dramatic from the outside. It looked like the same bell before dawn, the same cold floor beneath bare feet, the same broom moving dust from one corner of the courtyard to another. It looked like water carried in heavy buckets, robes folded with care, bowls washed in silence. Sutras recited until the words seemed to sink below thought and settle somewhere deeper. The monastery taught him, first of all, that the mind is trained in small movements. Each morning began before light. The bell would sound through the dark with a tone that seemed to belong as much to the sky as to metal. He would wake while the world was still unformed, when even the trees appeared to be holding their breath. In those early moments before memory gathered itself into identity, he could sometimes feel how simple life really was. There was the body rising, there was the air touching the skin, there was the faint ache of tiredness. There was the sound of others stirring in nearby rooms. Nothing had yet become a story. Then habit would return. Preference would return. Resistance would return. He would wish for more sleep. He would resent the cold. He would compare himself to others who seemed more serene, more disciplined, more at home in this life than he felt. And this, too, became part of the training. Not to wake as a perfect monk, but to wake and notice the first stirrings of complaint before they hardened into a mood. He learned to place attention on the breath almost as soon as his feet touched the ground. Inhaling, he knew he was inhaling. Exhaling, he knew he was exhaling. The instruction was so plain that at first he overlooked its power. He had expected something grander, some secret teaching that would pull anger out by the root. Instead, he was asked to feel the breath entering a body that did not belong to his opinions. To feel the breath leaving before he could tighten around what he liked and disliked. The more faithfully he returned to this humble rhythm, the more he began to see that emotion needed a certain kind of forgetfulness to take over. Anger gathered speed when attention disappeared. It fed on momentum. Breath interrupted momentum. After the morning bell came sweeping. Long courtyards, stone paths, wooden thresholds, leaves gathering where leaves had gathered the day before. At first he found the work dull. It seemed beneath the importance of what he imagined spiritual life should be. His mind wandered quickly. While his hands moved, his thoughts replayed old arguments, invented future victories, defended wounds no one else could see. Sometimes he noticed that he was sweeping with irritation, as if even the leaves had arranged themselves to inconvenience him. An older monk once watched him for a few moments and said softly, "If you sweep while thinking of yourself, the courtyard remains dirty." He understood the words only gradually. The dust on the ground was not the real difficulty. The real difficulty was the self that made every task personal. Why am I doing this? Why does no one help? Why is it never finished? Why is my effort unseen? These thoughts were so ordinary that they had once felt like truth. In the monastery, seen again and again, they began to reveal themselves as sparks. Small sparks, yes, but sparks that could become flame if fed. So he started to sweep differently. He felt the weight of the broom in his palms. He listened to the bristles crossing stone. He noticed the movement of his shoulders, the placement of his feet, the way the body turned. When resentment rose, he did not fight it with violence. He named it quietly. Resentment is here, tension is here, heat is here. Then he returned to the next stroke and the next. There were mornings when he had to do this 100 times in a single courtyard. Each return was small, almost invisible. Yet these small returns were laying down a new path in him. Carrying water taught him something similar, though more intimate. The buckets were heavy, and the distance from the well to the kitchen or bathhouse could feel much longer when the arms were tired. In those moments, irritation appeared quickly. He blamed the weather, the weight, the schedule, his own weakness. But because the task required balance, he could not disappear completely into anger. If he lost presence, water spilled. If he tightened too much, the shoulders burned. If he hurried carelessly, his footing changed. Little by little, the body became a teacher. He learned that anger had an architecture. It was not only a thought. It was a tightening in the jaw, a narrowing in the chest, a push in the spine, a leaning forward of the mind as if preparing for battle. When he knew these signals early, he could soften before the feeling became speech or action. One breath. Relax the grip, feel the soles of the feet, notice the cool air, hear the bucket ring faintly against the handle. In this way, ordinary labor became a form of rescue. Not rescue from life, but rescue from unconsciousness. Meditation in the hall deepened what these tasks began. There, in stillness, he met anger without the distractions of movement. He sat cross-legged among the others, while light slowly entered the room and birds announced the morning outside. At first, the silence was not peaceful. It was crowded. The mind, no longer occupied by work, produced memory after memory. Faces reappeared. Old insults sharpened themselves. Scenes from childhood surfaced with surprising force. He felt anger not only toward others but toward himself, toward his own clumsiness, his own vanity, his own inability to be calm on command. The instruction remained disarmingly simple. Sit upright. Let the breath be natural. Know what is happening while it is happening. If the mind wanders, return. If emotion rises, include it in awareness. Do not become it. Do not push it away. He failed constantly. There were sittings in which he spent nearly the whole period inside a single argument that was not even taking place. There were chants in which his lips moved, but inwardly he was reliving injury. There were days when one careless remark from another novice echoed in his mind from morning until night. Sometimes he felt ashamed that after so much practice, he could still be disturbed by such small things. He wanted progress to appear as a clean ascent. Instead, it came as repetition. The same lessons returned in different clothing. Yet something was changing. He no longer believed every angry thought the moment it arrived. Space once absent began to appear, not always, not reliably, but often enough to be noticed. A harsh word would land, and before the old chain reaction completed itself, he might feel the inhale. He might notice the body bracing. He might see the urge to answer quickly, to protect, to wound. In that fraction of awareness, choices became possible. Sometimes he still failed and spoke sharply. But even then the fire burned for a shorter time. He could recognize, sooner than before, that he had been captured. The chanting of sutras gave this recognition another dimension. Day after day, the voices of the monks rose together, low and steady, carrying teachings older than any one person's grief. At first, he treated the words as sacred sounds to be memorized correctly. Later, he began to hear them as mirrors. They spoke of impermanence, of all conditioned things arising and passing away. They spoke of clinging as the source of suffering. They spoke of the illusion of a solid, separate self defending its imagined boundaries against a changing world. These ideas were not merely philosophical to him. They entered his life through direct observation. During meditation, anger would swell with convincing force, and then, if he did not feed it, it would shift. A memory would lose sharpness, heat would cool. Even the certainty of being right would fade. What had seemed permanent was revealed as movement. A formation had arisen from conditions: fatigue, pride, fear, remembered pain, some sound or glance or word. And because it had arisen from conditions, it would also pass when conditions changed. This understanding did not make him passive. It made him less deceived. If anger was impermanent, then he did not need to build a home inside it. If anger was a formation, then it was not his deepest identity. The phrase unsettled and relieved him at once. This is not self. At first he misunderstood it, imagining that he was supposed to erase his personality or deny his feelings. But over time he saw that the teaching was gentler than that. It did not say nothing exists. It said, do not imprison yourself in what appears. Do not take a passing storm and call it I. Do not let one wave convince you it is the whole ocean. There were evenings when this became vividly clear. After the final chores, the monastery would settle into silence. Lamps glowed softly. Insects sang beyond the walls. The day's heat loosened from the stones, and the air carried the scent of earth and wood and distant water. He would sit outside his room, or near the edge of the courtyard, and feel the aftertaste of the day still moving through him. A moment of embarrassment, a flash of irritation in the kitchen, a private judgment during chanting. All of it, which had felt so heavy in the moment, was already thinning into memory. Evening silence taught him not to chase himself. He saw how often suffering was extended, not by the original emotion but by the mind's refusal to let it die. He could be angry for a minute and then angry for an hour because he kept returning to the injury, decorating it, defending it, repeating it. In the stillness of night, he experimented with another way. Feel what remains in the body, breathe with it. Let it be unfinished without turning it into identity. Sometimes tears came instead of thoughts, sometimes fatigue, sometimes only a simple tenderness for the young, frightened parts of himself that had learned anger as protection. This tenderness mattered more than he first understood. There had been a period when he tried to conquer anger through force. He tightened around every reaction. He judged himself for each flash of annoyance. He treated practice as a war in which he must defeat his own mind. The result was predictable. The more aggressively he opposed himself, the more brittle he became. Outwardly he looked composed, but inwardly pressure accumulated. A single unexpected frustration could then break through with even greater intensity. The wiser monks did not encourage this harshness. They corrected him in subtle ways. One told him, "You cannot beat a fire into going out." Another said, "When a child is crying, do you shout at the child for making noise, or do you listen for the hurt?" Slowly he began to understand that freedom from anger would not come from hatred of anger. It would come from knowing it so intimately, so patiently, that its roots no longer remained hidden. So his discipline softened without becoming weak. He continued to rise early, to work, to sit, to chant, to return. But inside the returning there was less accusation. If he lost himself, he began again. If he spoke too quickly, he bowed inwardly to the fact of it, made amends when needed, and watched the mind's attempt to turn one mistake into a permanent self-image. If jealousy appeared, if irritation surged, if despair whispered that none of this was working, he tried to meet each one with the same steady light of awareness. Not indulgence, not suppression. Companionship. Months became years. The changes remained modest enough that he sometimes doubted them. He still felt anger. He still had difficult days. He still discovered old wounds alive beneath new situations. But the old inevitability was weakening. Emotion no longer moved through him like a command from a king. It looked more like weather crossing a wide sky. Some storms were fierce, yes, but they were storms, not the sky itself. Others in the monastery noticed before he did. A novice who once avoided him now asked to work beside him. An elder handed him delicate tasks requiring patience. When disagreements arose, he was not always calm, but he was more able to remain in the room of the moment without instantly barricading himself behind pride. He could listen longer. He could pause. He could feel the first heat in his chest and know, with a quiet familiarity, what would happen if he followed it blindly. Was the hidden fruit of repetition, dawn bells, sweeping, water, meditation sutras, silence. None of these erased his humanity. They gave it shape. They trained his attention to return before emotion gathered its full momentum. They taught his body to recognize the early signals of contraction. They taught his mind to see anger as arising and passing, rather than as truth carved in stone. They taught his heart that failure was not the opposite of practice, but part of it. Each stumble, if met honestly, became one more place where wakefulness could enter. He came to see that the path was not a straight line away from anger, but 1,000 tender returns within it. The freedom he sought did not arrive as a sudden miracle. It grew like moss on stone quietly through contact, moisture, time. It asked for consistency more than brilliance. It asked for sincerity more than force. And because of that, even the smallest moment mattered. One mindful step instead of a hurried one conscious breath before replying, one softened shoulder, one released jaw, one instant of seeing that this passing flame did not have to become a life. In the safe rhythm of monastery life, this understanding put down roots. But roots are one thing, and wind is another. Yet practice in safe surroundings is only the beginning, for true calm must meet the rough edges of other people. But roots are one thing, and wind is another. Yet practice in safe surroundings is only the beginning, for true calm must meet the rough edges of other people. It happened, as such lessons often do, not through a great crisis, but through one human being placed close enough to touch every hidden bruise. In the monastery there was another brother, a few years older than he was, though not yet old enough to be gentle from age. His movements were quick, efficient, almost beautiful in their precision, and his speech was just as sharp. He was admired by some for his discipline, avoided by others for his temper, and difficult to understand by nearly everyone. He rarely shouted. He did not need to. A slight smile, a raised brow, a word spoken with cool dryness could leave a younger monk feeling small for the rest of the day. From the first week they worked beside each other, something in the young monk tightened. The brother had a way of correcting him in front of others, not always unfairly, but never softly. If a water bucket was set down with too much noise, the brother would say, "Perhaps the bucket is meditating harder than you are." If robes were folded imperfectly, he would take them up, shake them out, and refold them without asking, as if to say that the hands before him were still childish. During chanting, if the young monk's voice drifted out of rhythm, the brother's glance alone could sting worse than a slap. And sometimes, with no clear reason at all, he would ignore him entirely, passing him tools, instructions, or bowls through another monk as though he were not there. These things were small. That is what made them so powerful. A single harsh word from a stranger can be dismissed, but repeated little cuts, delivered where one is trying to become sincere, can reach places that are very old. The young monk had thought he came to the monastery only with anger and longing. Now he discovered that he had also brought his hunger to be respected, his fear of being laughed at, his old ache of not being enough. This difficult brother seemed able to find all of it without trying. At first, he told himself to endure. He would bow, say nothing, and walk away with his face composed. But his silence was not peace. It was crowded inside. He would replay each exchange while sweeping the courtyard. Hear again the dry edge in the man's voice. Imagine all the replies he could have given if he were bolder, sharper, less afraid. In his mind, he learned to win arguments that had already ended. He defended himself perfectly in secret. He exposed the other man's faults with brilliant clarity no one else would ever hear. And then, when he sat down to meditate, all those invisible conversations returned like flies. Sometimes he felt ashamed by how much one person could disturb him. He had endured hunger, sleeplessness, aching knees, cold water before dawn. Yet one dismissive sentence from this brother could overturn the work of an entire morning. He would sit in the hall trying to follow the breath while his chest burned with some memory of humiliation. It seemed absurd, and because it seemed absurd, he judged himself even more harshly. He thought, if I were truly practicing, this would not matter so much. If I had any depth, I would not still be wounded by such childish things. But that thought, too, was only another form of violence. The brother became, without anyone planning it, the fire test of his practice. Not because the man was monstrous, but because he was ordinary enough to be believable and difficult enough to be unavoidable. They cleaned lamps together, copied verses in the same room, carried grain from storage, stood side by side in the kitchen heat. There was no dramatic enemy to reject, no simple evil to condemn. There was only this human presence, close and constant, touching every place where pride still hid under the robe. One afternoon, while preparing vegetables for the evening meal, the young monk was blamed for a missing knife. The sharp-tongued brother looked at the empty place on the board and asked, before everyone, did mindfulness take the blade away, or did carelessness? A few monks glanced up. No one laughed, but silence itself can become a kind of witness. The young monk felt heat rise all the way to his ears. He knew he had not moved the knife. He had seen the older brother using it moments earlier. For an instant, the reply came into him whole and bright. Then perhaps mindfulness should ask your own hands first. It would have felt good to say it. He could already imagine the small shock in the room, the satisfaction of seeing the brother struck by his own medicine. His body leaned toward speech. The breath shortened, the mouth prepared itself. And in that suspended second, he saw something with painful clarity. The urge was not only to tell the truth, it was to wound. It was to restore his size by reducing another's. It was the old bargain anger always offered him. If you cannot bear your hurt, pass it on. He lowered his eyes and said only that he had not taken it. The knife was found a little later near the washing basin, where the older brother himself had left it. No apology came, only a brief nod, as if the matter had dissolved on its own. And strangely, that hurt more than the accusation. To be blamed unjustly was one pain. To receive no acknowledgement after was another. The young monk carried both back to his mat that night like stones in the chest. There were other moments. Once, during recitation, he misspoke a line, and the brother corrected him with such impatience that his mind went blank, and he forgot the next line as well. Another time, after hours of labor, he was told that the stack of firewood he had arranged was unstable. The brother kicked the lower logs with his foot, sending part of it tumbling, and said, "If the pile collapses so easily, perhaps it was built in the image of your concentration." Even when the criticism was partly true, its manner made the young monk bristle. His jaw would lock, his stomach would harden. Words gathered behind his teeth like birds hitting a cage. He began to fear this man before he understood him. He would notice the brother entering a room and immediately become less natural. His hands fumbled, his shoulders rose. He worked not from clarity but from anticipation. trying to avoid the next correction before it came. This made him more clumsy, which invited more correction, and so the circle tightened. Even in the man's absence, his imagined presence remained. A cup placed slightly wrong could summon his voice inside the mind. In this way, one difficult person can come to live not only in the monastery, but in the body itself. The young monk brought this to his teacher at last, though reluctantly. He expected practical advice, perhaps a phrase to remember, or some instruction about restraint. The teacher listened without interrupting. Then he asked, very quietly, "When he speaks sharply, what exactly is hurt?" The question unsettled him. At first he answered in the obvious way, "My feelings are hurt. My dignity is hurt. It is painful to be treated without kindness." The teacher nodded, but did not seem finished. "Yes, pain is there, but what image of yourself is being threatened?" The young monk sat still. What image indeed? Not just a person wishing to be treated fairly. Something more delicate, more defended. He wanted to be seen as sincere, capable, growing in the path. He wanted his effort to be recognized. He wanted not to look foolish, especially before those whose opinion mattered to him. Beneath that, he wanted to feel safe from ridicule, safe from the old shame that had followed him long before the monastery. The difficult brother, with almost casual accuracy, touched all of it. The teacher said, "Sometimes a harsh person reveals our unhealed places better than a kind one can. This does not make harshness good, but it does make it instructive." Those words stayed with him. He did not instantly become serene. If anything, he became more aware of how often his mind leapt to self-defense. But now, alongside the leap, there was a little space of observation. Here is the tightening. Here is the wish to strike back. Here is pride dressing itself as righteousness. Here is a childlike ache demanding to be avenged by an adult tongue. That small space changed something. He began cautiously to study the brother rather than merely react to him. Not in order to judge him better, but to see him more fully. He noticed that the man slept very little, and often rose before the bell. He noticed the way he rechecked tasks others had already done, as though trusting no one quite enough. He noticed that when senior monks praised another novice, the brother's face did not harden exactly, but emptied for a moment, as if withdrawing somewhere private. Once, passing near the storeroom at dusk, the young monk heard him coughing violently when he thought he was alone. Another time he saw him reading an old letter, with a look so unguarded, so briefly sorrowful, that he almost doubted it was the same man. Compassion did not come all at once. First came curiosity. What pain teaches a person to sharpen every sentence? What fear makes control feel safer than tenderness? Who had spoken to him in such a way that this became his native language? What burden was he carrying beneath all that discipline? The young monk did not know, and not knowing softened him. Certainty hardens. Wondering leaves room. This did not excuse cruelty. It simply made the world less simple. One morning in the kitchen, the brother criticized the way he was washing rice, saying he was wasting water. The old reaction flared instantly. Heat, defensiveness, the quick assembling of a reply. But before answering, the young monk looked up and really saw the man. There were shadows under his eyes. His mouth was tight with fatigue. His hands, though steady, were rough and reddened from work. For a brief second, he saw not an enemy, not a judge, but a tired human being trapped in habits he himself might not understand. So he answered differently, not meekly, not with hidden sarcasm, but simply, "Show me the better way." The brother paused. It was only a fraction of a moment, but in that pause, something subtle shifted. He demonstrated without comment. The movement was efficient, almost elegant. The young monk followed. No warmth appeared between them, not yet. But the exchange did not become a battle. It ended as an instruction. He carried that small change in his heart all day like a candle protected from wind. There were setbacks, of course. Some days he still went to sleep rehearsing injuries. days he answered with a stiffness that was only resentment wearing polite clothes. Some days the brother's words pierced so deeply that all insight vanished and only the old pain remained. Practice was not a clean ascent. It bent, faltered, resumed. Yet slowly he came to understand that this brother was part of the path, in a way incense and scriptures could never be. A scripture could tell him not to cling to praise, but this man could show him how tightly he still clung. A teacher could speak of ego, but this man could expose the ego while carrying soup bowls across a courtyard. A meditation hall could reveal restlessness in silence, but this difficult human being revealed the forms restlessness took when threatened, embarrassed, unseen. The brother had become a mirror he had not asked for. And like many mirrors, he disliked it before he learned from it. Sometimes in the evening he would sit beneath the dim wash of lamplight and reflect not on the other man's faults, but on the rawness they uncovered in himself. There was grief in that. To see one's own hidden pride is not pleasant. To discover how badly one wants to be admired for being humble is its own humiliation. To realize that one's kindness can disappear the moment respect is withheld is a sobering thing. But there was freedom in it too. What is seen clearly can begin to loosen. What is met without denial can slowly heal. And so his practice widened. He still watched the breath. He still trained the body to soften before speech. But now he also practiced looking past the surface of insult. He asked, when he could remember, not only why am I hurt, but also what suffering may be moving through him right now. Sometimes no answer came. Sometimes the only answer was, I do not know. Yet even that humble uncertainty prevented the heart from closing all the way. In this manner, the difficult brother remained difficult, but not meaningless. He was no longer just an obstacle standing in the young monk's way. He was part of the road itself, a severe and unchosen teacher, calling forth both the poison and the medicine hidden in the heart. And as he learned to look beyond insult, he also had to learn what compassion meant when directed toward his own wounded heart. Yet this new direction, gentle as it sounded, was not easy for him at all. The young monk had begun to understand that anger did not always rush outward like a storm. Sometimes it folded in on itself. Sometimes it put on plain robes and lowered its eyes and called itself effort, restraint, purity. From the outside, he seemed calmer now than before. He spoke less quickly, he bowed more slowly. He could sometimes let a harsh word pass without answering it. But in the hidden rooms of his own mind, another struggle had begun. He judged himself for everything. If irritation flashed in him when another monk interrupted his work, he would feel ashamed before the feeling had even passed. If an old memory rose and brought bitterness with it, he would scold himself for still being so attached. If he sat in meditation and found the mind restless, muttering and resentful, he did not simply notice it, he attacked it. He told himself that after all these years he should be beyond such things. He believed that holiness meant never having to wrestle with anger at all. To struggle, in his mind, was to fail. So each reactive thought became a kind of private accusation. There were mornings when he rose before dawn, washed in cold water, entered the meditation hall, and felt almost peaceful for a few moments. Then, without warning, some small resentment would stir. He would remember the difficult brother's sharp voice, or recall an old humiliation from childhood, or imagine how others might see his inner imperfection if they knew him fully. Immediately the mind would tighten. Not only was there anger, but anger at the anger. Not only pain, but blame for still being in pain. This second wound often cut deeper than the first. Because of it, he began to carry a hidden weariness. He did not show it openly. He still fulfilled his duties. He swept the stone paths, copied teachings by lamplight, prepared rice, fetched water, bowed when spoken to, and maintained the quiet discipline expected of him. Yet under that faithful routine there was a hardness gathering in the heart, not toward others now, but toward himself. He thought this hardness was necessary. He thought that if he loosened it even a little, laziness and selfishness would flood in. He feared that self-kindness would weaken his practice. So when suffering appeared within him, he met it like a guard at a gate. No, not this, you should know better. A real monk would not think such thoughts. A sincere disciple would not feel this. The strange thing was that the more he tried to force himself into purity, the more divided he became. Outwardly he was composed, but inwardly he was crowded with secret disappointments. Every day he measured himself against an image of what he believed a holy person should be. Serene, untouched, unmoving. Every day he found himself human instead. And because he could not forgive that humanity, he suffered. One evening after the final bell, he remained in the courtyard longer than usual. The air was cool. A few leaves stirred along the stones. From one of the far buildings came the faint sound of someone rinsing bowls. The sky had already deepened into blue-black, and in that hour, when labor had ceased, and the monastery seemed to breathe more softly, he felt his exhaustion catch up with him. He did not weep dramatically. It was quieter than that. He simply sat on the low wooden step outside the storehouse and let his shoulders fall. For once he did not tell himself to sit straighter. He did not force the breath. He only looked at his own hands resting in his lap and admitted, without ceremony, that he was tired of fighting himself. It was there that the abbot found him. The old man was not imposing in appearance. His back had bent with age, and his steps had become unhurried, almost soundless. Yet his presence carried that rare kind of steadiness that did not need to announce itself. He stood for a moment beside the young monk, looking out into the darkened courtyard rather than directly at him. "You are trying very hard," the abbot said. The young monk bowed his head. "Yes, teacher." The abbot was silent long enough that the night insects could be heard between them. Then he asked, "And are you becoming free?" The question entered him more deeply than advice would have. He wanted to answer yes. He wanted to say that all this effort was purifying him, but the truth was too near now to hide. "I do not know," he said at last. Then, after a pause, more honestly, "Sometimes I feel more trapped than before." The abbot nodded, as though this confession surprised him not at all. "When a man is cruel to others," he said, "we call it violence. When he is cruel to himself, he often calls it discipline." The young monk looked up. The old teacher's face was gentle, but there was no softness in the truth itself. "Do not misunderstand me," the abbot continued. "Practice requires steadiness. It requires honesty. It requires the courage to see the mind as it is. But harshness is not the same as courage. Punishment is not the same as purification. To strike your own heart because it still hurts is also a form of violence." Something in the young monk resisted this, not because he wanted to suffer, but because he had built his virtue upon severity. If he was not strict with himself, then who would keep him from falling? If he did not condemn each angry thought, would he not become ruled by them? As if hearing the doubt before it was spoken, the abbot lowered himself slowly to sit beside him. "Tell me," he said, "when a frightened animal is caught in a trap, does it become calm because you beat it?" "No, teacher." "When a child is crying from pain, does the pain lessen because you shame the child for crying?" "No." The abbot turned his gaze toward him then, and his voice became very quiet. "Why then? Do you believe your own suffering will heal under blows?" The question undid him, not because he had an answer, but because he did not. He had never truly asked whether his inner severity was helping. He had only assumed it was noble. He had mistaken coldness for clarity. He had mistaken suppression for peace. The abbot told him that many practitioners fall into this hidden trap. They discover that anger harms others, so they try to banish it at any cost. But what they often banish first is tenderness. They begin to fear every strong feeling as an enemy. They try to cut away the wounded parts of themselves rather than care for them. In time, they may look calm, but inside they are at war. And a heart at war with itself, the abbot said, will always be tempted to find enemies outside. These words stayed with him. In the days that followed, the abbot gave him a different kind of instruction. Not easier, but gentler in its nature. He told him to continue watching the mind, but to change the manner of the watching. When anger arose, he was not to immediately condemn it, nor to obey it, nor to pretend it was not there. He was to recognize it as one recognizes pain in an injured limb, carefully, soberly, without hatred. This too is suffering, the abbot said. Do not add a second suffering by making yourself wrong for being wounded. He was also taught the practice of loving kindness, though at first he found it strangely difficult. To wish well for others had become possible in moments. To wish well for himself felt almost embarrassing, as if he were asking for something he had not earned. Yet each evening, seated in the dim hall with a small oil lamp trembling beside the wall, he began to repeat simple phrases in silence. May I be safe. May I be peaceful. May I be free from the grip of hatred. May I learn to hold this life with care. At first the words felt dry in the mouth of the mind. He said them dutifully, almost as one copies lines from a text without understanding them. Some nights he felt nothing at all. On other nights, resistance rose immediately. A voice inside objected. Why should you deserve peace when your mind is still impure? Why should you offer kindness to the very one who keeps failing? But he had begun at last to hear that voice for what it was. Not wisdom, not holiness. Only another expression of fear, wearing the mask of righteousness. So he continued. Sometimes, while repeating the phrases, he would place a hand lightly over his chest, not as a dramatic gesture, but to remind the body that kindness was something real, not merely an idea. He noticed then how often the chest was already tight before any thought had fully formed. He noticed how the belly clenched under self-judgment. He noticed how shame lived, not only in stories but in muscles, breath, posture, and pulse. The abbot later taught him a simple way of breathing with pain. When sorrow or anger arose, he was to imagine that the breath made room around it, not trying to push it out, not feeding it, just creating space enough that the feeling did not have to fight for existence. Breathing in, he acknowledged, here is hurt. Breathing out, he offered, let it be held gently. At first this seemed almost too soft to matter. He had spent so long trying to master himself through force that such tenderness felt weak and uncertain. Yet little by little he discovered something surprising. Feelings that were resisted became sharper. Feelings that were met kindly began to change. Not always quickly, but they loosened, they moved, they stopped becoming permanent identities. I am angry became, there is anger here. I am failing became, suffering is present, I am unworthy became. This heart is asking for care. These were small shifts, almost invisible from the outside, but inwardly they changed the climate of his life. He also began to practice forgiveness, though not in the grand, immediate way people sometimes imagine. He did not suddenly absolve every past wound in a single moment of spiritual triumph. It was more humble than that. He learned to forgive himself for having a mind, for carrying old impressions, for being startled, hurt, and imperfect, for needing time, for not yet being free simply because he wanted to be. Some mornings, after difficult meditation, he would bow before rising and whisper inwardly, begin again, as an act of mind. There were still setbacks. A cutting remark could still ignite him. A memory could still drag him into old shame. But now, after the flare, there was sometimes a softer arrival. He would notice the heat in the face, the tightening in the throat, the old impulse to accuse himself for feeling what he felt. And then, if he remembered, he would pause. One breath, then another. He would speak inwardly, as one might speak to a frightened younger brother. It hurts right now. You do not need to hide this. Let us stay here until it passes. This was not indulgence. It was care. It did not make him less responsible for his actions. In fact, It made responsibility more honest. When he no longer needed to protect a brittle image of perfection, he could admit his inner movements more quickly. He could apologize more sincerely. He could refrain from speech not because he was choking himself, but because he truly wished not to cause harm. And with this softening, another change began. As shame loosened its grip, the self he had been defending so fiercely also began to loosen. Before, every insult had seemed to confirm some secret inadequacy he was desperate to hide. Every criticism from others struck the same hidden bruise he kept pressing with his own hand. But as he learned not to attack himself, the bruise was no longer touched so violently. The need to armor himself against the opinions, moods, and roughness of others slowly weakened. He found that when he met his own pain with compassion, he became less threatened by pain in the world around him. Another person's anger no longer felt immediately like a verdict on his worth. Another person's impatience no longer always demanded defense. He could listen longer. He could remain present more fully. He could let misunderstanding pass sometimes without building an entire identity around it. The difficult brother in the monastery did not become easy overnight. The routines remained demanding. The old tendencies did not vanish like mist. Yet something important had shifted. The young monk was no longer trying to become pure by waging war against himself. He was beginning to understand that peace could not grow in soil salted by self-contempt. True discipline, he now sensed, was not the crushing of the heart, but the training of it, in truth and kindness together, to see clearly without hatred, to correct without contempt. In time, the teaching that had begun within monastery walls was asked to walk on ordinary earth again. There are lessons that seem steady while the bells are ringing, while the schedule is clear, while silence protects the heart from too many demands at once. And then there are lessons that must survive the dust of roads once walked in youth, the sound of familiar voices, the pull of old memories waiting quietly beneath the skin. After years away, the monk was invited back toward the region where he had been born, and though his robe was simple and his steps were measured, the path before him was not simple at all. The journey home did not announce itself with drama. It came first as weather, as distance, as the shape of hills he had not seen in many seasons. There were trees whose bent trunks he remembered from boyhood, fields whose edges he could have found even in darkness, streams that carried the same patient sound over stone. Yet the land did not feel unchanged. Nothing ever truly waits for us untouched. The roads were narrower than memory had made them, the houses smaller, the faces of those who remained more lined and weathered. Even the air seemed filled with two times at once, the present and the unhealed past breathing side by side. As he walked, old impressions rose without asking permission. Here was the bend where he had once run in anger after a harsh word from his father. Here the shaded wall where he had hidden, in shame, after failing at a task other boys found easy. Here the well where laughter had once made him feel included, and on another day had made him feel painfully outside the circle of others. Memory did not return as a story told from a distance. It returned as sensation, quick and intimate, a tightening in the chest, a slight hollowness behind the ribs, the strange ache of recognizing that the child one has been does not disappear, simply because the body grows older and the mind learns discipline. He did not resist these impressions. He had learned enough by now to know that resistance can give old pain new life. So he walked and noticed. He breathed and allowed the rising feelings to move through him like wind moving through tall grass. He did not pretend that years of practice had turned him into a stone untouched by remembrance. Calm was not numbness. Clarity was not erasure. The road home was teaching him that peace, if it was real, must have room for tenderness toward all the sps one has carried. Word traveled ahead of him, as word always does in small places. By the time he entered the village proper, people already knew that the son who had left years ago, in search of the religious life, had returned wearing the robe of a monk. Some greeted him with sincere warmth, some with curiosity, some with the respectful caution villagers often show toward one who has gone away and returned changed. A few looked at him with a quieter expression, as if wondering whether holiness was merely another form of distance, another way of stepping outside the hard business of ordinary living. It did not take long for him to feel the strain in the village. It was there in the way conversations broke off when certain names were mentioned. It was there in the dry politeness between households that had once celebrated together. It was there in children who had already learned where not to wander, and whom not to greet too openly. Scarcity had sharpened old disagreements. A disputed strip of land near the irrigation path had become more than land. It had become pride, memory, inheritance, insult. One family said the boundary had been encroached upon little by little over the years. Another said the claim was an invention born from envy. Water rights were tied to it. Harvests were tied to it. The standing of each household in the village was tied to it. Around this central wound, smaller grievances clung like thorns. There were brothers no longer speaking except through their wives. There was a widow who believed her late husband had been cheated in an old arrangement, and who repeated the story often enough that the bitterness had become a kind of hearth fire for her lonely evenings. There was a young man eager to prove his strength who mistook loudness for dignity and carried every slight as if it were a debt that must be collected. There was an elder who spoke often about justice, though what he wanted most was to lose no influence before younger men. There was a shopkeeper who had once been cheated by a traveling trader and who now measured every stranger's face for the same dishonesty, so that even honest customers left his stall, feeling accused of something they had not done. Behind each argument was fear. Fear of having too little, fear of being dishonored, fear of disappearing. Fear passed from one person to another until anger seemed to belong to everyone and no one. The monk watched this without condemning them in his heart. In the monastery he had seen irritation arise over water buckets, kitchen tasks, seating order, and broken sleep. Here the causes were larger, the consequences heavier, but the roots were not entirely different. Hurt that had not been soothed. Pride protecting tenderness it could not admit. Loneliness dressed as certainty. People suffering, then passing suffering onward, because pain that is not understood often seeks another body to live in. Perhaps because he had returned in robes. Perhaps because each side hoped sacred authority might strengthen its claim, he was quickly drawn into conversations he had not sought. One afternoon, a man from one family approached him beneath a fig tree and spoke with great restraint that barely covered outrage. He explained the history of the land, the patient wrongs endured, the insults swallowed for the sake of peace. He listed every act of selfishness committed by the other side, each one polished by repetition into moral evidence. At last the man leaned closer and said, almost pleading, "You have renounced the world. You see clearly. Tell me, is this not injustice? Should such people not be corrected?" The monk listened until the man had emptied much of what he had carried. He did not interrupt to defend the absent family. He did not hurry to offer a teaching before the human ache beneath the words had fully shown itself. When the man fell quiet, the monk said gently, "You have held this burden a long time. I hear how deeply it has cut into you." The man nodded, but impatience quickly returned. He wanted judgment, not understanding. He wanted the clean relief of being declared right. "And are they wrong?" he pressed. The monk let a little silence stand between them. "If I answer only that," he said, "your hurt will remain hungry." The man frowned, not satisfied, yet unable to dismiss the words entirely. On another day, the other family invited him to sit in their courtyard. Tea was set before him. Courtesy was offered, then slowly exchanged for accusation. They spoke of jealousy from neighbors, of old resentments reaching back beyond the current dispute, of years spent working harder than others and being punished for diligence. People cannot bear to see another household stand with dignity, one woman said. They call it greed because they cannot admit their own bitterness. Her son, flushed with anger, added, "A holy man should speak the truth plainly. These lies should be stopped. If they are not shamed, they will continue." Again he listened. Again he heard not villains but human beings trying to survive the story each told itself at night. They wanted him to become a blade in their hands, sharp with moral language, clean in appearance, useful in battle. It would have been easy in some moments to feel sympathy more strongly for one side than the other. After all, every story contains elements that genuinely wound. Every grievance has at least one memory that hurts because it is real. But he had begun to understand that taking sides inside emotional fire often makes the fire feel righteous, and righteous fire burns longest. So he asked questions that did not feed blame. When did this begin to harden? What do you fear will be lost? What has this conflict cost your sleep, your children, your breath? Some resisted these questions. They wanted victory, not reflection. Others, to their own surprise, softened for a moment. When people expected condemnation and received attention instead, something in them grew less armored, not always, not fully, but enough for truth to breathe. Soon, villagers came to him not only with the public dispute, but with private anger attached to it like hidden threads. A woman spoke of her sister-in-law with such intensity that it became clear the land matter was carrying years of humiliation from inside the family. An old man complained of disrespect from youth, though beneath the complaint trembled grief that age had taken his strength. A teenage boy repeated the rage of his father almost word for word, not yet knowing which thoughts were inherited and which were his own. The monk listened to each as one listens to a bell after it has been struck, attending not only to the loud first sound, but to the long fading tone behind it. There were moments when the village tested him more directly. In one gathering, voices rose so quickly that reason nearly vanished. Men spoke over one another. Women standing behind them added sharp words from years of stored indignation. Someone demanded that the monk speak at once and settle the matter. Another declared that silence would mean agreement with the oppressor. He could feel the old bodily response stir in him, that ancient urge to defend himself against being misunderstood, to seize control of the moment so that no one could place false motives upon him. The younger version of himself might have reacted from that heat. He might have argued that he was not there to judge. He might have withdrawn coldly and called it detachment. Instead, he felt his feet on the ground. He noticed the breath entering and leaving. He noticed the pull of fear and did not obey it. Then he spoke quietly enough that some had to stop talking to hear him. "If I speak from your anger, I will only return anger to you," he said. "If I speak from their anger, I will do the same. Let us first speak from what suffers." It was not a magical sentence. It did not dissolve the conflict. One man scoffed. Another muttered that words were easier than hunger. Yet the room changed, if only a little. The pace slowed. A woman who had been glaring across the courtyard suddenly began to cry, not loudly, but with the exhausted tears of someone who had been strong for too long. Her crying embarrassed the others into a rough silence. In that silence, truth entered from a different door. The monk did not offer solutions beyond what the moment could bear. He did not imagine that a few wise phrases could untangle years of injury. He sat with them. He repeated what he heard in simpler language, removing some of the poison while preserving the pain. You fear your family will be left with less. You feel your father's name is being stained. You are tired of being spoken to as though your labor does not count. You want someone to say that what happened to you mattered. Again and again, he found that beneath the demand to be proven right was often a more vulnerable longing to be seen, to be taken seriously, to know that one's suffering had not vanished unnoticed into the dust. Some began to seek him, not because they expected him to punish the other side, but because being heard by him left them strangely calmer, not happier, not resolved, but less inflamed. A man who had arrived ready to rehearse every offense would find himself, after a long pause, speaking instead of his fear for his daughter's future. A woman who had come to expose another household's selfishness would end by confessing how ashamed she felt of her own harsh words. These were small openings, fragile and incomplete, but they were real. The monk also saw that calm can provoke people when they are drowning in agitation. A few accused him of weakness. A few said he did not understand village life anymore, that monastery teachings were too soft for real injustice. He accepted even this without resentment, though not without feeling. Their words stung at times because part of him still wanted to be thought-wise, useful, good. He watched that desire rise in himself and softened around it. Even now, ego could put on humble robes and ask to be praised for not taking sides. Seeing this, he smiled inwardly with sadness and affection. The work was not over. The work would perhaps never be over in the way the mind imagines completion. In the evenings he would walk alone at the edge of the fields where the last light lay low across the earth. The village sounds would drift behind him. A door shutting, a child being called home, someone pounding grain, distant voices carrying one more argument into dusk. He would feel the sorrow of how easily human beings wound one another while trying, in their confused way, to protect what they love. He would also feel reverence, not for the conflict itself, but for the fact that even here, amid tension and blame, the heart still longed for peace. It longed clumsily, defensively, imperfectly, but the longing was there. He understood then that serenity proven only in quiet places is still untested. To remain gentle among the gentle is one thing. To remain undefended among those who wish to recruit your anger, to borrow your authority, to turn your voice into a weapon, this asks for a deeper steadiness. And even deeper than steadiness was compassion, because without compassion his neutrality would become distance, and distance can wound just as surely as accusation. He did not want to stand above the village as though untouched by the same human tendencies. He wanted to stand among them without being swept away. Day by day, this became his offering, not judgment, not passivity, but presence sturdy enough that others could hear themselves more clearly in it. He could not force reconciliation. He could not erase history. He could not decide whose memory held the truest map of old boundaries. But he could refuse to add hatred to the air. He could refuse to let borrowed outrage speak through his mouth. He could keep meeting each person at the place beneath the anger, where pain had first asked for care, and found instead another wound. And yet among all the faces of the village, one encounter awaited him more painfully than any public quarrel. He had known from the day he entered the village path that this meeting could not be avoided forever. A man may learn to sit with strangers in their anger. He may learn to soften beneath insult, to breathe through accusation, to receive another person's bitterness without sending it back. But the anger that formed the walls of childhood lives in the body differently. It is older than thought. It does not knock. It enters as if it still owns the house. His father was still alive. Age had bowed the old man's back, but it had not taught his voice tenderness. Time had silvered his hair, thinned his wrists, hollowed the space beneath his cheekbones. Yet something in him remained rigid, as though life had baked him in the kiln of his own habits and left him hard where others might have cracked open. He lived in the same house of packed earth and dark beams where the monk had spent his boyhood, listening for footsteps, trying to guess from the sound of a door latch whether the evening would pass in silence or thunder. People said the father did not speak much anymore. They said he kept to himself. They said age had made him quieter, but quiet is not always peace. Sometimes it is only exhaustion wearing the face of calm. The monk waited 3 days before going. He told no one. At dawn on the 4th morning, while mist still lay low over the fields, and the village had not fully found its voice, he walked the narrow path to the house he had once dreamed of escaping. Each turn in the road stirred a memory before he could stop it. The fig tree with its split trunk, the broken stone basin, the fence post he had leaned against as a boy, staring out at the fields and wishing himself into some other life. These things had remained, indifferent to his years away, as if the land had held its breath while he changed. At the gate he paused. His hand rested on the wood, and in that instant the decades between the child and the monk thinned to almost nothing. He noticed the dryness in his mouth, the pulse in his throat, a familiar tightening in his belly. Heat rose behind his ribs, not anger exactly, not yet, but the body's old preparation for danger. He felt ashamed of it for one brief moment, and then he let even the shame be seen. The body remembered what the mind had forgiven too quickly. He knocked. There was no answer at first, only the faint scrape of something being moved inside. Then the slow drag of footsteps. The door opened partway. His father stood there, one hand still on the latch, eyes narrowed not with surprise but with caution, as though every visitor arrived carrying some demand. For a moment neither spoke. The monk bowed his head slightly. His father looked at the robe, at the shaved head, at the bowl hanging at his side. His gaze lingered not with admiration, but with the old unreadable hardness that had once made the child inside him tremble. "So," the father said at last, "you came back." The words were plain, but their edges were sharp enough to cut. "Yes," the monk answered. Another silence gathered between them, thick and airless. His father stepped aside, but not warmly, not in welcome, more as one might move for weather that had already reached the door. The monk entered. The room smelled of old smoke, oil, dried herbs, and the faint dampness of walls that had known too many rainy seasons. Light came in through a small opening near the roof, falling over the table where his father now sat without asking him to sit too. The monk remained standing a moment before lowering himself to the floor. His father did not ask whether he had eaten. He did not ask where he had been all these years, what temples had sheltered him, what teachings he had learned, whether he had suffered, whether he had been lonely, whether he had ever thought of home with longing or dread. Instead, he poured water into a cup for himself and said, "People talk too much since you returned." The monk let the sentence settle. They are unsettled, they are foolish. Some are in pain. His father gave a dry breath that was not quite a laugh. "And now you have come to cure them." The old sting was immediate, not because the words were new, but because their shape was so familiar. Mockery had always been safer in this house than gentleness. Contempt had often stood where affection might have stood, if there had been room for it. The monk felt his shoulders grow tight. His hands, resting on his knees, wanted to curl inward. He noticed a faint trembling begin in his left leg. "I did not come to cure anyone," he said softly. "No," the father replied. "You came to be admired." The monk lifted his eyes then, and the room shifted. Not outwardly. The same cracked plaster, the same loto, the same old man. But inside himself time split open. He was no longer only the monk. He was also the boy who had once carried a bucket too slowly and been called useless. The boy who had dropped a bowl and listened to rage fill the room before the sound of the bowl had finished dying. The boy who had learned to read weather in the muscles of a man's jaw. The boy who had thought in secret and with great shame that perhaps his father hated him simply for existing with needs. His chest tightened. Heat climbed into his face. He became aware of every swallow, every breath entering too shallowly. This was not illusion. This was memory arriving through flesh. Healing, he saw, had not erased anything. It had only taught him how to stay present when old pain returned wearing its original voice. His father was speaking again, but the monk heard only fragments at first. Left the work to others. Your mother worried herself sick. People always praise the one who walks away, his mother. At the mention of her, a deeper ache moved through him. She had been the one soft place in that house. Though softness, there had often been strained and frightened. She had learned to soothe after storms, to speak lightly when the air grew dangerous, to redirect, to excuse, to survive. Even her kindness had carried weariness in it. She had died while he was away in the monastery's northern retreat, before word could reach him in time. That absence had never stopped burning. "I know I left," the monk said. His father's gaze sharpened, perhaps surprised by the lack of defense. "I know she suffered," the monk continued. "I know I was not there when she died." The old man's mouth tightened. "No, you were not." There it was, clean and merciless. The sentence landed exactly where an old wound had never closed. For a few seconds the monk could not answer. His breath faltered. In his body, fear and sorrow mingled until they were almost indistinguishable. He wanted to explain that he had not known, that the message had come too late, that grief had nearly broken him when he learned of it, that he had recited prayers for her for 49 nights, weeping in silence after the others slept. But beneath those truths, another truth waited. Explanations do not always soothe the child, still begging not to be condemned. His father looked down into his cup, as if the matter required no further words. The monk studied the hands holding that cup. They were larger once, or had seemed so. Hands that built, hauled, cut, bound, repaired. Hands he had feared. Hands that had struck the table hard enough to make spoons jump. Had seized his arm when he tried to leave a room too early. Had pointed like an accusation before a word was spoken. Now the skin over them was loose. Veins raised like roots under dry soil. Age had not made them innocent, but it had made them mortal in a way the child had never imagined. "I came because there is suffering between us," the monk said. His father gave no sign of being moved. "There is suffering everywhere." "Yes," the monk said, "but this one has our names on it." For the first time the old man looked directly at him, not at the robe, not at the floor, but at him. The stare held resistance, suspicion, and something else buried too quickly to name. "You speak like a teacher now." "I am speaking like your son." The father's face changed then, not into softness but into strain. It was as if some inner brace tightened. "My son left." The monk felt the words enter him, like a blade pushed carefully between ribs. He did not know whether the old man meant it as blame, as grief, or as simple fact. Perhaps he meant all three. "Yes," he said after a long pause. "He did, and now a monk sits in his place." The monk lowered his gaze for a moment. "Both are here." Silence followed. Outside, a bird called once from the fig tree and was still. A breeze passed through the roof opening, carrying dust and the smell of the morning fields. Inside, the father's breathing had become slightly uneven. There are moments when truth does not arrive as insight, but as attention. The monk had spent years looking at anger in others, without making it an enemy. Yet here, before the man who had first taught his body the language of fear, that practice had to be born again from nothing. He watched his father's jaw, the way it remained clenched even at rest. He watched the shoulders, lifted as if braced for a blow that had not yet come. He watched the eyes, which did not know how to remain open in vulnerability, and so hardened whenever feeling approached. And slowly, through the old terror, another seeing began. His father was not only the source of fire, he was also a man standing in its ashes. The monk remembered stories half heard in childhood, fragments spoken by neighbors when they thought children were not listening. A grandfather who drank, harsh winters, a field lost to debt, a beating endured in silence because in those years silence was the only shield a boy was allowed. None of that excused what had happened in this house. Pain passed downward does not become less painful because it has ancestors. But it does become legible. It becomes something other than pure evil. It becomes suffering that learned to defend itself badly, and then mistook that defense for strength. "Was your father gentle with you?" the monk asked quietly. The old man's eyes flashed up at once. "Do not speak of things you do not understand." The response was fast, almost panicked. The monk felt his own pulse jump, but beneath the harshness he had heard it, the speed of a wound protecting itself. "I may not understand," he said, "but I am asking. No good comes from digging up old dirt. Sometimes roots are buried there." His father's expression hardened further, yet his fingers around the cup had gone unsteady. A small spill of water touched the table. He did not wipe it. For a long time he said nothing. The monk did not press. He knew enough now to recognize that silence can be refusal, but it can also be the doorway through which speech slowly gathers courage. When the father finally spoke, his voice had dropped lower, rougher. A boy was expected to learn. He stared at the table as he said it. If he cried, he learned harder. The monk did not move. "It was nothing unusual," the father added quickly, and in that quickness lay shame. That was life. The monk listened not only to the words, but to what they protected. Nothing unusual. That was life. The sentences of those who have suffered too long to call suffering by its name. "Did you feel alone?" the monk asked. His father looked up as though insulted. Then anger rose, clear and familiar. What kind of question is that? The monk felt the old bodily reaction surge once more. Tight throat, heat in the arms, a faint trembling under the skin. Part of him wanted to fold inward, another part to disappear behind the safety of doctrine, to speak like a monk and not like a son. But he stayed. "It is a human question," he said. The father opened his mouth to answer sharply, then stopped. Something in his face loosened and recoiled at the same time. It was almost unbearable to watch. Pride fought with exhaustion. Habit fought with need. The old man turned his head away toward the wall. When he spoke again, the voice was barely above a murmur. What use would it have been to say yes? The monk closed his eyes for a single breath. There it was. Not confession in any dramatic sense. Not apology. Not even full honesty. But a crack. A first opening through which the hidden chamber of a life could be felt. He saw then that his father's anger had been a crust laid over loneliness. So old it had forgotten its own beginning. Under that loneliness there was regret, though the man had no language for it. Under regret there was fear, and under fear a grief inherited from those who had also never been held gently enough to trust gentleness. Fire had been handed to him as if it were bread. The monk's own eyes filled, though he did not let the tears fall yet. Compassion did not erase what he had endured. It did not tell the frightened child inside him that nothing terrible had happened. It did not make the house innocent, but compassion widened the frame. It let him see the full human ruin of a man he had once known only as power and threat. "My mother was lonely too," he said. At that the father shut his eyes. The monk waited. "I know." No defense, no argument, only those two words, worn thin by lateness. Grief moved through the room then, almost like another presence. The monk felt it in the floor, in the walls, in the years that had gone unspeaking between them. He thought of his mother bending over evening rice, listening for tempers before words. He thought of his younger self lying awake after shouted nights, promising some future sky that he would never become a man made of fear. He thought of the father before him, who had perhaps once made promises of his own and broken them one season at a time without knowing how to stop. No one reached across the room. No one wept openly. This was not that kind of healing. The old patterns in both of them were too deep, the tenderness too newly exposed. But something had shifted. The monk was no longer sitting before a wall of anger alone. He was sitting before a suffering human being who had hidden behind that wall. So long he had mistaken the prison for a home. The father rubbed his thumb slowly against the rim of the cup. "You think seeing all this changes what happened?" The monk answered with care, "No, but it changes what can happen next." The old man said nothing, and in that silence forgiveness did not arrive all at once, pure and shining. It did not descend like blessing or resolve itself into neat peace. It came only as the smallest softening, the faintest release around a wound long clenched shut. But that first opening in his heart was enough to alter the road ahead. That first opening did not end his work. In some ways it began it. After his father left, the monk remained seated for a long time. Listening to the room return to stillness. The cup between his hands had gone cool. Outside, evening had lowered itself over the courtyard, and the faint sounds of sandals on stone had faded into the hush that comes when a monastery settles for the night. He did not tell himself that all was forgiven. He did not force his heart into a shape it had not yet grown into. He had spent too many years learning that anything rushed in the inner life becomes another disguise. So he carried the moment not as a victory, but as a question. In the days that followed, he noticed how memory moved in him. It did not leave because one conversation had been honest. It returned in fragments, sometimes with a smell, sometimes with a tone of voice, sometimes with no warning at all. A sharp word heard in the marketplace would call up an old fear. The sight of a child shrinking under an adult's impatience would wake something tender and raw in his chest. Even in meditation, when the hall was dim and the breath slow and the world reduced to the simple rise and fall of the body, the past would sometimes sit down beside him, as if it had every right to be there. At first, this troubled him. There had been a secret hope in him, quiet but persistent, that understanding would erase pain. He had thought that if he saw clearly enough, if he prayed deeply enough, if he met the truth with sincerity, then the old wound might simply dissolve. But sitting on his cushion before dawn, with the cold air touching his face and the oil lamp trembling near the altar, he began to understand something more difficult and more merciful. Healing was not forgetting. Forgiveness was not the disappearance of memory. It was a different way of holding memory when it arrived. He watched this with patience. When anger came, he did not push it away in shame. He had seen enough of the heart to know that what is denied does not vanish. It only changes clothing. So if heat rose in his chest, if his jaw tightened, if the old wish to accuse or defend or rehearse the injury returned, he named it gently within himself. Anger is here. Hurt is here. Fear is here. Not as a judge naming crime, but as a caretaker acknowledging distressed guests at the gate. Then, little by little, he looked beneath the anger and found what had always been waiting there: grief. Not dramatic grief, not loud or theatrical, but the quiet grief of a child who had wanted safety and did not receive it. The grief of tenderness unmet. The grief of years spent becoming cautious where he might have become open. Sometimes as he sat, tears would gather without force. He let them come. He did not think them a failure of discipline. In those moments, his practice was not to be hard, but to stay. This staying changed him. He began to see that forgiveness was often misunderstood, even by good and sincere people. Some imagined it as approval, as if to forgive meant to say that what happened was acceptable after all. Others thought it was spiritual politeness, a way of avoiding discomfort by speaking softly over unresolved pain. Still others treated it as a single shining act, a sentence one says once and is done with forever. But the monk's experience taught him otherwise. Forgiveness was not an erasing of truth. It was not a refusal to name harm. It was not a command to feel sweetness toward those who had caused suffering. It was, more deeply, the decision to stop drinking from the cup of bitterness. He reflected on this often. If someone had once placed poison in your hands, why would you keep raising it to your own lips? Yet, this is what resentment can become when it is clung to for years. At first it feels like protection, as though by holding tightly to the memory of injury, you are preventing it from happening again. But over time, That same grasp begins to wound the one who grasps. The mind circles the same fire. The body learns its tension. Identity narrows around old pain until a person no longer knows where the wound ends and the self begins. To forgive, then, was not to say you did no harm. It was to say I will not build my home inside the harm. Sometimes this understanding came to him in meditation as words. Sometimes it came as images. He would see his younger self, small and alert, listening for footsteps, trying to read the weather in another person's mood. He would see his father too, not as the towering figure of childhood memory, but as a boy shaped by forces he had not chosen, taught by fear what power looked like, inheriting roughness as if it were a family duty. This did not excuse what had been done. The monk was careful about that. Compassion, if it is clear, does not become confusion. To understand the causes of harm is not to deny harm, but understanding can loosen the knot that keeps hatred alive. In the teachings, he had long studied karma as more than reward and punishment. Karma was intention unfolding into consequence, action echoing through lives, habits becoming pathways through which suffering or wisdom moves. As he sat with his own history, karma became intimate. He could feel how anger had traveled before it reached him. It had passed through voices and households, through disappointments never spoken, through humiliations buried under pride, through men taught not to weep, and so left with only hardness to express their pain. None of this made cruelty harmless, but it showed him that suffering rarely begins where we first encounter it. Pain moves through generations when no one turns toward it with awareness. He saw this with sobering clarity. A child frightened by anger may grow into an adult who fears conflict so deeply that truth is never spoken, or he may become harsh in self-defense, repeating what once wounded him. Another may spend a lifetime seeking from others the tenderness that was missing long ago, demanding from lovers, children, friends, and even strangers a repayment for old debts they never owed. In each case, the injury continues its travel, changing form but not ending. It becomes inheritance without anyone intending to pass it on. This understanding made his practice of forgiveness feel less private. He was not simply trying to feel better. He was sitting at a crossroads in the stream of karma, deciding whether the force that had reached him would move onward unchanged. Each breath of awareness was a small interruption. Each moment in which he refused to answer old violence with new violence, old contempt with fresh contempt, old silence with fearful silence, became part of a larger mercy. He began to sense that forgiveness was not only for the past, it was stewardship for the future. That word mattered to him, stewardship. There were mornings when resentment still returned with surprising strength. He would remember some particular humiliation, some look or phrase from long ago, and the body would react before thought could intervene. In those moments he did not say, "I have failed," he said, "This too is part of the path." He would breathe and feel the ache exactly where it lived. Sometimes he placed a hand over his chest, not to dramatize his pain, but to accompany it. Sometimes he silently offered phrases of loving kindness, though not always directly to the one who had hurt him. At first he offered them to the frightened child he had been. "May you be safe. May you be held in kindness. May your heart learn to rest." Later, when the ground inside him steadied, he could extend similar wishes outward, carefully, without pretense. Not because affection had replaced history, but because hatred no longer felt like truth. There were sittings in which grief, tenderness, and compassion appeared together so closely that he could not tell where one ended and the next began. He would grieve what had been lost. He would feel tenderness for the younger self, who had carried so much confusion in silence. And unexpectedly, he would feel compassion for those who had never learned another language besides severity. This did not happen every day. It could not be summoned by force. But when it arose, it had the quiet authority of something genuine. The heart was becoming wider than the injury. That widening brought with it a subtle but profound change. For many years, even after entering monastic life, some hidden part of him had still arranged his story around what had been done to him. He had been careful, disciplined, devoted, and wise in many ways. Yet beneath all that there remained an old sentence, barely spoken but deeply believed. This happened to me, and because of it I am this. The injury had become a center of gravity. Not always, not obviously, but enough to shape him. One evening, while the sky faded into indigo and the cicadas called from the trees, he recognized that this sentence was loosening. He was no longer interested in denying the past, and he was no longer captive to using the past as the final definition of himself. What happened had mattered. It had left marks. It had influenced choices, fears, habits, and prayers. But it was not the whole of him. More importantly, it was not the sole author of what came next. He felt this not as triumph, but as relief. A great amount of energy is spent protecting an identity made from suffering. To lay it down, even briefly, is to discover how heavy it has been. In that quiet recognition, a turning point arrived. He no longer saw himself primarily as the victim of another person's anger. He saw himself as the caretaker of what that anger would become in him now. This was a more demanding identity, but also a freer one. It did not depend on anyone confessing, apologizing, or changing. It did not wait for the past to be rewritten. It asked only for honesty, awareness, and responsibility in the present moment. He could not choose what had entered his life years ago. He could choose whether he would feed it, repeat it, or transform it. That realization deepened his peace more than any dramatic reconciliation could have done. He still met his father from time to time. Their conversations remained plain, sometimes halting, never adorned with unnecessary sentiment. There were no perfect embraces, no grand declarations that healed every wound. But the monk noticed that he no longer approached those meetings armed from within. He did not go to extract repayment from an old debt. He did not go hoping to recover a lost childhood from an aging man. He went as one human being meeting another, both marked by causes larger than themselves, both still capable of choosing the next gesture. And because he no longer demanded from those meetings what they could not give, he was able to receive what they did offer: a pause before a harsh reply, a question asked more honestly than before, a shared silence that did not cut. These were small things, but small things often reveal the true direction of the heart. Within the monastery, others sensed the change before he spoke of it. There was a softness in his presence that was not weakness. There was steadiness without distance. When people approached him, they found that he did not rush to explain away their pain, nor did he encourage them to worship it. He could sit beside another person's anger without being frightened by it. He could hear grief without trying to close it too soon. He knew now, from experience, that the heart heals not by force, but by being accompanied truthfully. And so, once his personal wounds softened, others began coming to him not just for prayer, but for help with their own storms. At first they came quietly, almost apologetically, as if unsure whether such burdens belonged in a monastery courtyard. A wife arrived with her shawl pulled tight around her shoulders, speaking in a low, shaking voice about a husband who no longer looked at her with kindness. A farmer came with dust on his feet and bitterness in his mouth, convinced that his brother had cheated him over a strip of land so narrow it could barely hold a row of beans, yet wide enough to divide a family. An old mother came weeping for a son who had left home after one cruel argument and had not returned. Young men came burning with insult. Young women came carrying jealousies they were ashamed to name aloud. Merchants came with grievances. Parents came with wounded pride. Neighbors came with old stories sharpened by repetition until memory itself had become a blade. Almost every one of them arrived with the same hidden certainty. They believed their anger was reasonable. more than reasonable. They believed it was righteous. They had been wronged, overlooked, betrayed, misunderstood, disrespected. Their outrage to them was proof of moral clarity. They did not come to surrender it. They came to have it confirmed. The monk did not deny the pain in what they said. He did not answer sorrow with philosophy too quickly, and he did not answer fury with a command to be calm. He would invite them to sit. Sometimes he poured tea. Sometimes he simply folded his hands in his lap and waited until the person before him had emptied enough words into the room for truth to begin appearing between them. He listened in a way that made people hear themselves. He did not interrupt to correct details. He did not rush to decide who was innocent and who was guilty. He did not smile with superiority when their stories became tangled, repetitive, or dramatic. He let the storm speak, and because he did not resist it, because he did not push back with his own noise, it often began to lose some of its force. Then, when the moment was ready, he would ask a question so simple that people were at first disappointed by it. What did you hope would happen? What hurt you most? When did you begin to feel alone in this? What are you afraid will happen next? These were not clever questions. They did not dazzle anyone. Yet they had a way of moving past the loud surface of blame and toward the trembling place beneath it. A man would come declaring that his wife had become cold and disrespectful, and after 10 minutes of accusation, the monk would ask, "When did you begin to feel that she no longer needed you?" And suddenly the man's face would change. The anger did not vanish, but it lost its hard performance. Behind it was fear. Fear of becoming unnecessary, fear of aging, fear of being seen as weak in his own home. A woman would arrive insisting that her sister had always envied her, always spoken against her, always tried to stain her happiness. The monk would listen without haste, then ask, "Did you ever wish for her blessing?" And the woman, who had come prepared for judgment, would become quiet. Beneath her fury was not only resentment, but longing. Longing to be loved without competition. Longing to stop standing guard at every family gathering. Longing to belong without defending her place. Again and again, this was what happened. Rage said one thing. Fear said another. Accusation pointed outward. Hurt folded inward. The monk did not expose this cruelly. He did not pull masks away to embarrass people. He guided them gently toward what they themselves had not yet dared to see. Soon the villagers noticed something difficult to explain. It was not that everyone left him cheerful. Many did not. Some left still burdened, still uncertain, still living in situations that had no easy repair. But something in them had shifted by the time they stood to go. Their breathing had slowed. Their words had become less jagged. The room they had entered burning now felt cooler, wider, more merciful. His presence changed the emotional temperature of a room before he spoke very much at all. This was not magic. It was the natural influence of someone who did not humiliate. So many quarrels grow hotter because each person fears being made small. But with him no one was mocked for their pettiness, though pettiness was often present. No one was scolded for their contradiction, though contradiction was common. No one was interrupted in order to be defeated. Because he did not inflame shame, people became less desperate to defend themselves. Because he did not force surrender, they became more willing to soften. There was a couple who came one late afternoon, when the light was turning golden and tired. They had been married many years, long enough for tenderness to have become hidden beneath habit. The husband spoke first, his voice clipped and impatient. He said his wife criticized everything he did. The wife answered before he finished, saying that if she did not speak, nothing in the household would ever be remembered or repaired. Each sentence from one called forth another from the other. They spoke over each other with the well-practiced speed of people who no longer expect to be understood. The monk raised no hand to silence them. He let the wave crest. Then he asked them each, separately, To describe the last ordinary day, they remembered feeling close. At first, neither could answer. They looked startled, almost offended by the question. They had come to argue about all that was wrong. They were not prepared to search for what had once been right. But after a long pause, the woman remembered a rainy season evening years before, when they had eaten plain rice together while their roof leaked, laughing as they moved bowls around the floor to catch the water. The husband remembered the same night. His voice changed as he spoke of it. The monk said only, "So, there is still something in both of you that knows the road home." He did not solve their marriage that day. He did not uncover every wound or settle every old account. But they left speaking more slowly, and when they returned some weeks later, they said they had begun a new practice. Each evening, before discussing any complaint, they first named one thing they still trusted in the other. It did not end all conflict. It did something quieter and perhaps more important. It made cruelty harder. There was another man, younger, strong in body and unstable in temper, who arrived after striking his closest friend in the marketplace. He was full of self-justification. The friend had insulted him publicly. The insult had touched an old shame. The blow, he insisted, had been deserved. The monk listened and asked, "If he had not insulted you in front of others, would it have hurt as much?" The young man said no, then perhaps. The monk said softly, "You are suffering, not only from his words, but from the eyes around you." The young man frowned, confused and defensive. The monk continued, "Which is heavier for you, what he said, or the fear that others may now think less of you?" That question sat between them like a stone dropped in water. The young man did not answer quickly. In time he admitted what Agar had been protecting. Since childhood he had dreaded humiliation more than pain, to be laughed at, diminished, made into an object of contempt. This was unbearable to him. His violence had not come only from hatred of his friend. It had come from terror of being small. The monk did not excuse the blow. He told him plainly that pain passed from one body to another does not restore dignity. But because he spoke without contempt, the young man heard him. He went away and later sought out the friend he had struck. The apology was clumsy, not noble, not complete. The friendship did not return as before, yet the chain of retaliation ended there. There was also a widow who came not with hot anger, but with the cold kind that settles after grief has gone too long without witness. Her husband had died the previous winter. In the months that followed, she found herself furious at everyone who still moved through ordinary life. Furious at neighbors for speaking of harvests, furious at children for laughing, furious at the sky for being blue on mornings when she could barely rise. She said she had become someone she no longer recognized. The monk did not tell her that anger was improper in mourning. He asked, "What was taken from you besides his life?" She stared at him, and tears came before words. What had been taken was not only a person, but a rhythm, a witness, the one who knew which stair creaked, and how she liked her tea, and what silence meant when it fell between them. She was angry because the world continued as if such disappearances were survivable. With grief, the monk said, "The heart sometimes becomes angry at movement itself." She covered her face and wept with relief, because someone had named the shape of her suffering without reducing it. He could not return her husband. He could not make bereavement gentle, but he sat with her until her anger no longer had to stand guard over her sorrow. And from that day, she stopped fearing her own heart quite so much. Not all who came were noble in their pain. Some were petty, manipulative, eager to recruit the monk to their side in old dramas they had no real wish to end. Even then, he did not harden. A man once spent nearly an hour complaining about a neighbor's tree whose branches cast shade over his garden. The grievance sounded small, and many would have brushed it aside. But the monk listened carefully enough to hear that the tree was not the true issue. The man felt crowded in every part of his life. His grown sons ignored him. His daughters had married into distant homes. His body no longer obeyed him. The shadow in the garden had become the shape of all that he could not control. "Is it the tree you cannot bear?" the monk asked, "or the feeling of having no room?" The old man laughed then, though his eyes watered. "Perhaps both," he admitted. Sometimes the monk brought two people together when each had first spoken to him alone. He would seat them facing not one another's wounds, but one another's humanity. He did not allow them to turn the meeting into a trial. If one raised a voice to crush, he would wait until the force ran out, and then ask them to say the same thing again without trying to win. If one twisted memory into a weapon, he would gently return them to what they themselves had felt. "Speak from your hurt," he would say, "not from your wish to punish." This changed many conversations. Not all. Some people clung to anger because it gave them structure. Some preferred being right to being restored. Some left dissatisfied because he would not endorse their revenge. But even those who resisted him often carried away a troubling seed of honesty. Later, in the privacy of night, they would remember his questions. Children, too, found their way to him in simpler forms. A boy furious at his friend for breaking a toy. A girl who would not speak to her mother after a harsh scolding. With them, the monk became even plainer. He would place two pebbles in their palms and say, "This one is what happened. This one is the story your anger keeps telling about what happened." Which is heavier? Even children understood that the second stone often weighed more. Word spread, not because he performed miracles, but because he made conflict less lonely. People said that, after speaking with him, they could return to difficult homes without quite as much poison in their mouths. They said he did not make excuses for cruelty, yet he somehow made cruelty less tempting. They said he had a way of hearing the sentence underneath the sentence. Men who would not have admitted to fear found themselves speaking of it before him. Women exhausted by carrying old injuries found themselves setting them down for a little while. Brothers estranged for years managed, if not reconciliation, then at least restraint. Parents learned to ask their children what was hurting them before telling them what was wrong with them. Neighbors who had nearly become enemies began, in some cases, merely to become neighbors again. The monk never claimed that anger itself must disappear from human life. He knew too much of the heart for such shallow teaching. Sometimes anger was the first honest sign that something precious had been violated. Sometimes it was the cry of dignity, the alarm of pain, the flare sent up by loneliness. But he taught, mostly by example, that anger becomes dangerous when it is trusted more than it is examined. He showed that beneath many accusations lay a wounded plea. "See me, do not leave me, do not make me small, tell me I still belong." And because he had faced these same movements within himself, he could recognize them in others without fear. Season by season, more footsteps wore paths toward the place where he sat. People came carrying storms and left carrying, if not peace, then at least a little more space around their suffering. The village, for all its old frictions, became slightly less eager to burn. His calm did not erase human weakness. It simply gave weakness another way to breathe. In time, his name began to travel beyond the fields, beyond the river paths, beyond the neighboring homes that had first whispered of him. Travelers heard of a monk who could sit in the center of another person's anger and not be scorched by it. Merchants repeated the story in distant markets. Pilgrims carried it along dusty roads, and eventually, his reputation for calm spread farther than the village, reaching even those who did not come in search of peace, but in search of a target. And so it happened, as such things often do, not in the quiet shelter of the monastery, but out in the open where dust, commerce, and human pride move together beneath the same sun. It was a market day on the road just outside a large village, where carts leaned under sacks of grain, baskets of figs, onions, lentils, and clay jars stood in uneven rows. and the air held many smells at once: sweat, ripe fruit, smoke from cooking fires, and the sharp scent of animals. Sellers called out prices over one another. Children slipped through the crowd like fish through reeds. Women negotiated over cloth with practiced patience. Men gathered in knots to compare news, weather, taxes, and rumor. The road itself seemed alive, stamped by feet, wheels, hooves, and restless intention. The monk had come there simply because the road passed through the market, and because his life did not move away from people, but among them. He carried his bowl as he always did, neither asking nor refusing, and his robe, faded by many washings and many seasons of sun, moved lightly around his legs. There was nothing dramatic in his appearance. If anything, his plainness made some people forget him at first glance. Yet those who recognized him would pause. A few lowered their voices. A few brought their palms together. Others only watched from the corners of their eyes, curious to see whether the stories could truly belong to a man who looked so ordinary. He walked slowly, not with the slowness of weakness, but with the steadiness of someone who had nowhere else to be than in the step he was taking. Now and then, someone placed a little rice into his bowl, or a piece of fruit, or simply offered a quiet bow. He answered each gesture with the same small incline of the head, the same unforced gratitude. He did not collect devotion. He did not perform serenity. He simply moved through the noise as though there were room enough within him for it. That was when the stranger appeared. No one seemed to know exactly from which direction he had come. One moment the crowd was bending around the ordinary business of buying and selling, and the next there was a harsh voice, cutting through it like a blade drawn over stone. The man was broad-shouldered, dust-covered, and loud in the way of someone who had long depended on loudness to keep himself from being ignored. His face was reddened by heat and temper, and there was an agitation in his movements that suggested he had carried grievance for many miles. Perhaps he had heard the monk's name repeated too many times by those who admired him. Perhaps he had come already determined to expose a fraud. Perhaps the gentleness of another person had become unbearable to him. Whatever the reason, he stepped directly into the monk's path and made sure everyone nearby could hear him. "So this is the holy man," he said, with a laugh that was not laughter at all. "This is the one people travel to see? This thin beggar in old cloth?" Conversations nearby faltered. One seller stopped in the middle of tying a bundle with string. A child, sensing something unusual, tugged at his mother's sleeve. Heads turned. Attention gathered quickly, as attention always does when conflict promises a spectacle. The monk stopped. He did not stop abruptly, as a startled man does. He came to stillness as a pond settles after a leaf lands upon it. One hand remained beneath the bowl. The other rested lightly at his side. His shoulders did not harden. His jaw did not tighten. He merely stood and faced the stranger. The man took that quiet as permission to continue. "They say you teach peace," he shouted. "They say you tame anger. They say people leave your side feeling lighter. I say they are fools. What kind of man lives on what others give him, and then acts as if he is wiser than those who work? What kind of vow is that? To own nothing, do nothing, and let others feed you, while you stare at the ground and speak in soft words." A few people shifted uneasily. Some looked at the monk with concern. Others looked at the stranger with the alert fascination of those who are secretly relieved that someone else has dared to say what they themselves would never say aloud. Public insult has a strange power. It invites hidden things to rise. In every crowd there are old resentments, old doubts, old envies waiting for a mouth brave or reckless enough to utter them. The stranger stepped closer. "Or is that your trick?" he said. "To look gentle and make people worship you, to speak so calmly that everyone thinks you are above ordinary men? Tell me, monk, when people praise you, do you enjoy it? When they bow, do you feel important? When they say you are beyond anger, Do you smile inside and think yourself better than the rest of us? The words landed hard. They were chosen not only to wound but to expose, if exposure were possible. Even those who loved the monk felt the sting of the questions. They knew enough of human nature to understand how dangerous praise could be. Holiness publicly challenged becomes a kind of theater, and everyone present was suddenly part of the performance. The road that had moments before been full of prices and bargaining now held a different transaction entirely. Pride was being offered, and all waited to see what would be purchased with it. The monk remained where he was. A fly circled once near his shoulder and drifted away. Somewhere behind the crowd a donkey brayed absurdly, almost comically, but no one laughed. The air felt close. The sounds of the market softened at the edges as if the day itself had leaned in. The stranger's voice grew sharper. "Speak," he demanded, "or are you only wise when no one questions you? Perhaps silence is easy when people adore you. Let us see your peace now. Let us see if your famous calm survives when a man spits truth in your face." He did spit then, not enough to strike the monk fully, but enough to make the insult visible. A murmur moved through the crowd. One young man, a farmer who had once gone to the monk in grief after his father died, took a half step forward as if to intervene. An older woman caught his sleeve and held him back. Everyone knew that if someone defended the monk, the moment would break into ugliness. Yet to do nothing also felt unbearable. This was the true tension, heavier than the stranger's words. It was not only a question of whether the monk would become angry. It was whether dignity itself could remain standing without striking back. Most people know two responses to attack: submission or retaliation. To be humiliated in public seems to demand one or the other. The crowd waited because they did not yet believe there could be a third way. The monk inhaled. It was such a small thing that at first no one noticed, but those closest saw the breath enter him slowly, saw the robe lift almost imperceptibly at the chest, saw the breath leave without force. Then another breath came and another. Not a performance, not a dramatic pause meant to display restraint. It was simply the body refusing to be dragged faster than the mind could love. His feet remained planted evenly beneath him. He did not lean away from the man, yet he did not press forward. His gaze rested on the stranger's face, not hard, not timid, not searching for an opening to defeat him. He looked at him as one might look at a person trying to carry too much weight alone. When he finally spoke, his voice did not rise to meet the anger thrown at him. It was quiet enough that those at the edges of the gathering had to hush one another to hear. "If a person offers a gift," he said, "and the gift is not accepted, to whom does it belong?" The stranger blinked, thrown for a moment by the unexpected turn. "What foolish game is this?" he snapped. The monk's expression did not change. "If a gift is offered," he repeated gently, "and the one receiving it refuses to take it, does it not remain with the one who offered it?" The stranger scowled. "Of course it remains with the giver." A stillness passed through the crowd, soft but unmistakable, as understanding began to move from one face to another. The monk lowered his eyes briefly to the bowl in his hands and then raised them again. "In the same way," he said, "if anger is brought to me and I do not receive it, then it remains where it began." No one moved. The words themselves were simple. That was part of their force. Had he argued, defended his way of life, or tried to prove the man wrong point by point, the crowd might have admired his cleverness and forgotten his teaching by dusk. But this image, clear as something held in the palm, entered their minds and stayed there. A gift refused, an insult not taken up, the old machinery of conflict suddenly visible for what it was, an offering requiring consent. Yet the monk did not stop there, and this mattered. He did not use the teaching like a shield polished for victory. He did not smile to show he had won. He did not make the stranger small for the entertainment of those watching. His next words carried no triumph. "You may call me foolish," he said. You may say my vows are empty. You may believe that I live wrongly. If these things are true, then I should listen and learn. If they are not true, then they need not become a fire in me. Why should I carry what has not entered my own heart? The stranger's breathing was heavy now. The force of his anger had expected resistance, and in the absence of resistance, it had nowhere clean to land. His face tightened, as if he were struggling to keep hold of the very fury that had brought him there. "Coward," he muttered, "you hide in pretty words." The monk gave the slightest shake of his head. "No," he said, "to answer hatred with hatred is easy. It asks little of us except habit. To stay awake while being struck by another person's pain, that is difficult." That sentence moved through the crowd like a bell tone. Some lowered their eyes. Some felt with sudden embarrassment how hungrily they had waited for the monk either to crush the stranger with wisdom or to prove himself ordinary by losing control. They had wanted a drama they could understand. Instead, they had been given a mirror. The stranger opened his mouth as if to continue, but his certainty had begun to fray. He looked around and saw not the entertainment he had hoped to command, but faces altered by something he could not dominate. The mockery in the air had thinned. In its place was a silence that exposed him more than any accusation could have done. The monk then did something even more disarming. He adjusted his hold on the bowl with care, as one would before speaking to a tired traveler, and said, "Friend, you seem burdened. If I have done you harm, tell me plainly and I will hear it. If not, then may you be free from the suffering that brings such heat to your words." There was no sarcasm in it, no hidden blade. The kindness was so unguarded that it startled those listening almost more than the insult had. It is one thing to remain outwardly composed. It is another to speak from a place not yet poisoned by contempt. The stranger stared at him. For a heartbeat, perhaps two, it seemed possible that he might break, not into violence, but into something more frightening to pride: honesty. His eyes flickered with confusion, with resistance, with the beginning of shame. Then, as many do when brought too near their own wound, he turned away from it. He cursed under his breath, shoved past a cart, and pushed his way through the watching bodies until the crowd parted and swallowed him back into the road. No one followed. The market did not immediately resume. People remained still, holding in themselves what they had just seen. A child asked his mother in a whisper why the monk had not shouted back. The mother, who a moment before would have had no answer, touched the child's hair and said nothing at all. The young farmer, who had nearly stepped forward, now looked at his own hands with a strange expression, as if he had discovered in them both the urge to protect and the urge to strike, and could not easily separate the two. The older woman beside him exhaled slowly, as though she too had been holding an anger she had almost mistaken for righteousness. The monk did not linger to enjoy the impression he had made. He bowed once to those nearest him, not ceremoniously, but with simple acknowledgement, and prepared to continue along the road. His face was unchanged, yet something in the atmosphere around him had grown brighter, not with excitement, but with clarity. Those who had witnessed the encounter knew they would retell it. They would describe the road, the shouting, the spit in the dust, the unbearable waiting. They would repeat the words about the gift. But more than that, they would remember the way he stood inside the storm without becoming part of it. And what astonished the crowd was not only that he stayed calm, but that he seemed to understand the suffering of the man who attacked him. That was perhaps the part most people could not immediately grasp. It is one thing to admire composure from a distance. It is another to understand the vision that makes such composure possible. The monk did not look at the hostile man and see only an aggressor, only a mouth full of insults, only a body arranged in defiance. He looked more deeply than that. He had spent many years watching human beings suffer in ways they themselves did not always understand. and he had learned that anger is rarely the whole story. More often, it is a rough covering thrown over something tender and frightened underneath. He knew that rage often rises where there is fear too painful to confess. A person feels small, uncertain, threatened, or ashamed, and instead of exposing that vulnerable place, he hardens around it. Anger can make someone feel briefly taller than his sorrow. It can give the trembling heart a mask of strength. For a moment, shouting feels safer than weeping. Blame feels cleaner than helplessness. Accusation feels more powerful than admitting, "I am hurt, I am afraid, I do not know what to do with this pain inside me." The monk had seen this not once or twice, but so many times that the pattern had become impossible for him to ignore. In the village, there was a father who often scolded his sons over the smallest mistakes. A dropped bowl, a slow answer, muddy feet at the threshold. Each tiny incident seemed to call forth a great force from him, as though the house itself were under attack. The neighbors whispered that he had a bad temper. His children learned to read the sound of his steps. Yet when the monk sat with him one evening, after the fields had gone dark, another truth appeared. The man spoke not first of his sons, but of the harvest, of debt, of sleepless nights, of the terror of failing those who depended on him. Beneath his sharpness lived fear, and beneath the fear, a desperate love that did not know how to move gently through the body. He was not cruel in the simple way people said. He was frightened and ashamed of his own powerlessness, and his anger had become the armor he wore in his own home. There was also a young mother who snapped at her daughter so often that the child had grown silent in her presence. To others, the mother seemed impatient, severe, impossible to please. But the monk, hearing her one afternoon by the well, noticed how her harsh words always came after moments of embarrassment. If the child cried in public, if someone stared, if another woman made an offhand remark, the mother's face changed first with humiliation then with anger. What she could not bear was not the child herself, but the ache of feeling judged, exposed, insufficient. She had been raised by those who offered affection only when she performed well. Now, without meaning to, she passed the same wound forward. Her anger was the visible flame. The hidden fuel was shame, old and unhealed. Again and again the monk saw this secret movement in people. An elderly brother who argued over inheritance was not truly fighting over objects alone. He was grieving years of feeling unseen by his family, and gold had become the only language through which he could finally demand value. A merchant who shouted at customers over small haggling was carrying humiliation from losses he had hidden even from his wife. A widow who became bitter toward her neighbors whenever they celebrated was not wicked at heart. Their joy pressed against the raw place where her own grief still lived. She did not know how to say, "Your laughter reminds me of what has been taken from me." So instead she criticized, withdrew, and resented. The monk understood something else as well. Anger can also be a guard posted at the entrance of grief. Many people are less afraid of burning than of breaking. To feel sorrow fully is to soften, to bow, to admit that something precious mattered and has been lost. Not everyone can do that at once. So the mind chooses a form of pain that feels more active. It clenches the jaw, points the finger, rehearses wrongs, and keeps moving. This movement creates an illusion of control. If I am angry, perhaps I am not yet undone. If I am indignant, perhaps I can avoid the deeper river of mourning that waits beneath my feet. Even the stranger on the road, the one who had come with contempt so naked and forceful, did not appear to the monk as a simple villain. The monk had no need to excuse the man's behavior, and he did not pretend the insults were kind or harmless. But he also sensed that a person does not erupt with such violence for no reason at all. Something in that man had already been suffering before he opened his mouth. Perhaps he had spent years feeling ignored, and at last had found a target upon whom to pour all his accumulated bitterness. Perhaps he had built his identity around cynicism because trust had once made him vulnerable. Perhaps the sight of someone peaceful offended him because peace revealed the turbulence he could not master within himself. Sometimes what we attack most fiercely in others is what exposes our own unrest. The monk did not need to know the exact details of the stranger's history to recognize the shape of his pain. Human suffering changes clothing, but its posture is often familiar. A person humiliated becomes sharp. A person abandoned becomes controlling. A person frightened becomes domineering. A person starved of tenderness may grow embarrassed by tenderness and mock it whenever it appears. The forms differ, but the root is often some unloved wound seeking protection. In this way, anger is not always an act of strength. It is very often a sign that something inside has not found a safe place to lay down its burden. This understanding did not make the monk naive. He was not one of those gentle souls who confuse compassion with blindness. He knew anger can injure. He knew words can leave marks deeper than fists. He knew that pain, if left unexamined, can turn one person into the instrument of another person's suffering. To see the wound beneath rage was not to deny the damage rage can do. It was simply to refuse the laziness of seeing only one layer of a human being. The monk had trained himself not to flatten anyone into a single moment, even a harmful one. This is one of the quiet strengths of Buddhist compassion. It does not ask us to pretend that all behavior is acceptable. It asks us to see clearly, and seeing clearly means noticing causes and conditions. It means understanding that what appears before us in one heated instant has often been forming for years in silence. A harsh outburst may contain old grief, unmet longing, inherited patterns, fear of rejection, fear of insignificance, fear of losing control. When one sees this, retaliation becomes less seductive. The mind no longer feeds so easily on the pleasure of making an enemy simple. A simple enemy is easy to hate. A full human being is harder to strike in the heart. This is why the monk's calm had warmth in it, rather than coldness. He was not detached because he did not care. He was steady because he cared enough to look further. If he had seen only offense, he might have defended himself in the ordinary way. If he had seen only disrespect, he might have responded with equal force, and many would have applauded him for it. But he saw a suffering mind presenting itself in the language of aggression. And once suffering is seen clearly, the appetite to add more suffering begins to weaken. In Buddhist teaching, anger is often compared to fire. But the monk understood that many people become so fascinated by the flames that they forget to ask what is burning. He had learned to ask that question inwardly and outwardly. What is burning here? Pride, fear, the pain of not being loved, the panic of being seen as weak. Such questions do not excuse unskillful action, but they reveal where healing must begin. If a person tries only to suppress anger without attending to what lies beneath it, the fire may dim for a while, but the embers remain. Sooner or later, another wind arrives. When villagers came to him with stories of quarrels, he often listened for the wound beneath the complaint. A wife would say, "He never hears me," and beneath her anger he could hear loneliness. A husband would say, "She disrespects me," and beneath his fury he could hear insecurity, the trembling fear of not mattering. A son would speak bitterly of his aging mother's demands, and beneath his irritation lay anticipatory grief, the unbearable knowledge that time was taking her away little by little. People often arrived speaking in the hard language of accusation. But if given enough quiet, they would eventually arrive at the softer truth. I am scared. I feel invisible. I miss what once was. I do not know how to carry this. The monk's gift was not that he never noticed anger. It was that he did not stop there, and because he did not stop there, he became less reactive and more precise. This mattered. There is a kind of passivity that simply absorbs harm and calls it peace. The monk did not practice that. He was not interested in becoming a wall upon which others could endlessly throw their confusion. Instead, he learned how to meet pain without multiplying it. Sometimes that meant silence. Sometimes it meant a few exact words. Sometimes it meant stepping away. Sometimes it meant refusing to accept abuse while still refusing hatred. Gentleness in him was not weakness. It was disciplined intelligence. If he saw that a man's anger came from shame, he would not publicly humiliate him further, because that would only deepen the cause. If he sensed that a woman's harshness arose from grief, he would not answer as though he were confronting mere stubbornness. If a child lashed out from fear, he did not crush the behavior with force and call the lesson complete. He tried to respond in a way that touched the root, rather than merely punishing the branch. This is why his calm had such effect on people. It was not decorative calm, not a spiritual performance. It was a calm informed by insight, a stillness that listened beneath appearances. In this way, he understood that every angry encounter contained a hidden invitation. Not an invitation to submit, and not an invitation to agree, but an invitation to choose what kind of pain would continue through him. Would he take in another person's suffering and send it back sharpened, or would he allow it to end, at least for one moment, in his own non-retaliation? This was not always easy. It required humility, it required patience, it required the willingness to let one's pride go hungry. Yet this was precisely where his practice became real. Meditation on a cushion was one thing. Meeting the wounded anger of the world without becoming wounded anger oneself was another. So when he looked at those who raged, he did not see monsters in human shape. He saw human beings trapped in difficult weather. Some had built homes in storms so long ago that they no longer remembered sunlight. Some had inherited tempers that were really family grief passed from hand to hand. Some had never once been taught how to sit with fear without disguising it as force. Some were simply exhausted, and exhaustion can make tenderness feel impossible. To recognize this did not make him sentimental, it made him careful. Careful with words, careful with judgment, careful with the strange pleasure the ego takes in feeling morally superior to someone who has lost control. He knew that if circumstances had been arranged differently, if suffering had entered by another door, any person might find themselves speaking from a place they would later regret. Compassion, then, was not pity from above. It was kinship with the vulnerable condition of being human. We are all, in one way or another, trying to protect our tender places. Some do it skillfully, some do it destructively, but beneath the surface, the wish is often the same. Do not hurt me, do not abandon me, do not let me disappear. This was why he could remain so soft-eyed even in the presence of contempt. He was looking not only at what a person was doing, but at what that person was trying, however clumsily, to defend. And once seen in this light, the world became less divided between good people and bad people, and more filled with beings carrying visible and invisible wounds. Some wounds bled outward, some hardened into anger, some hid behind dignity, some erupted in the road before strangers, but all of them asked, in their own broken language, to be understood, and still understanding did not remove sorrow from life. Seeing the pain beneath rage helped the monk meet others with wisdom, but wisdom itself does not prevent loss. Even so, wisdom ripens most deeply when life asks a person to remain steady not for minutes, but through real loss. That season came quietly at first, almost too quietly to be feared. The old teacher who had guided him since youth had begun to move more slowly. Nothing dramatic announced the change. It appeared in the way he paused before standing, in the longer rests between chores, in the slight tremor of his hand when he lifted a bowl. His voice remained clear, and his gaze still carried that familiar brightness, but the body that had housed his kindness for so many years had started to loosen its hold on this world. The younger monks noticed, but they did not know what to say. In monasteries, As in families, people sometimes grow more gentle around the truth they do not wish to speak aloud. They folded blankets more carefully near him. They brought him hot water before he asked. They listened more attentively when he spoke, as if each ordinary sentence might secretly be a final teaching. The monk noticed all of this too. He noticed the old teacher's thinner face in the morning light. He noticed how often he found himself lingering after lessons, unwilling to leave, though there was no reason to stay. He noticed a strange fatigue entering his own body, the fatigue that comes not from labor, but from loving someone whose time is slipping beyond your reach. One evening, after the last prayers, the old teacher asked him to remain. The room was small and dim, lit by a single lamp that made the walls seem warmer than they were. Outside, the night insects had begun their thin music. For a while, neither of them spoke. The teacher sat wrapped in a simple robe, breathing with some effort but without complaint. At last he smiled a little wearily and said, "You have spent many years learning how not to strike the world when it does not bend to your wishes. Now you must learn not to strike impermanence either." The monk lowered his head. He wanted to answer with composure, with some graceful sentence worthy of the moment. But nothing noble came. What rose in him was the helplessness of a child. He looked at the hands that had corrected his posture, tended the garden beside him, passed him bread in winter, and rested on his shoulder in silence when words were unnecessary. He felt, all at once, how much of his life had been shaped by this one patient presence. "I am not ready," he said. The teacher's smile deepened, touched with sadness and tenderness together. No one is ready in the way they wish to be, but readiness is not what is asked. Love is asked, attention is asked, truth is asked. In the weeks that followed, illness came fully into the monastery. It entered not with noise, but with small losses. The old teacher stopped joining the dawn walk. Then he stopped teaching in the courtyard. Then, on some days, he could not eat more than a few spoonfuls of broth. The monk helped wash his face, changed his bedding, rubbed warmth back into his cold fingers, and sat through long afternoons listening to the altered rhythm of his breathing. He did all this carefully, but not serenely. His heart was not above sorrow. Often, when he carried water back from the well, he had to stop in the path because his chest felt too tight. Sometimes, while folding robes alone, tears came without warning. Sometimes he woke before dawn with the childish thought that if he hurried enough, prayed enough, served enough, perhaps the body before him would choose to stay. Yet whenever that thought appeared, he saw the desperation hidden inside it. It was the same old movement of the mind, only dressed in sacred clothing. It still said, "Let life obey me. Let change spare what I love. Let devotion purchase an exception." Seeing this did not make the pain disappear. It simply kept pain from turning into a demand. So he grieved honestly. He sat by the teacher's sleeping mat and let tears fall where no one needed him to be strong. He listened to stories he had heard before and received them as though they were new, because now each one carried the weight of farewell. He felt the exhaustion in his back and knees after nights of poor sleep, and he did not call it weakness. He felt irritation sometimes too, the brittle irritation born of fear and fatigue, and when it appeared, he did not pretend it was not there. He breathed with it until it softened enough not to spill onto others. The younger monks watched him closely during those days. They had seen him calm a furious stranger, meet insult without retaliation, and sit still before conflict, like a pond receiving rain. But this was different. This was not a test from outside. This was grief entering the center of his own life. They saw that he did not hide from it. At morning chanting, his voice sometimes broke. In the kitchen, he would go still in the middle of a task, one hand resting on the table, as though a memory had just passed through him, like wind through leaves. Once, a novice came upon him in the storeroom, seated on an overturned basket, his face in his hands. The novice backed away at once, embarrassed, thinking he had witnessed some private failure. But later the monk himself found the boy and said gently, "You did not see me fail. You saw me love someone I cannot keep." The novice never forgot those words. As the teacher weakened, visitors from nearby villages came to pay their respects. Some cried openly. Some spoke too brightly, as frightened people sometimes do. Some asked whether more medicine could be found, whether stronger prayers should be said, whether some ritual had been neglected. Beneath their questions lived the same longing that lives in every grieving heart. Surely something can still be done. The monk answered each person with patience, but never with false promise. Care for him, he would say. Speak kindly while he can hear you. Hold nothing back that should be spoken in love, but do not bargain with the river for refusing to flow. One rainy afternoon, when the sky had hung low and grey since morning, the old teacher became lucid in a way that made everyone hopeful and afraid at once. He asked to be helped to the doorway so he could look out at the wet garden. The monk wrapped blankets around his shoulders and sat beside him. Water dripped from the eaves in a steady rhythm. The medicinal herbs by the path bent beneath the rain. Somewhere farther down the hill, thunder moved like a cart over distant stones. The teacher looked a long while without speaking. Then he said, "When you were young, you thought peace meant that one day nothing would disturb you." The monk gave a faint, sorrowful smile. "Yes. And later? Later I thought peace meant I could be disturbed without causing more disturbance." The teacher nodded. "Better." "And now?" The monk did not answer quickly. He watched the rain darken the earth. He listened to the breath beside him, thin but still present. "At this moment," he said at last, "peace means I can love what is leaving without trying to make my heart into stone." The old teacher closed his eyes, as if resting inside the words. "Then you have understood something important." He died 3 days later before dawn, while the world was still blue with that hour, when night has not fully withdrawn, and morning has not yet declared itself. The monk had been sitting beside him through the last watch. There was no dramatic final speech, no sudden revelation, only a long exhale that did not return. For a few moments he did not move. His hands rested on his knees. His eyes remained on the teacher's face, now emptied of struggle, emptied also of the familiar warmth that had animated it for so many years. The silence in the room changed shape. It was no longer the silence of waiting. It was the silence after an irrevocable crossing. Then grief struck him with a force so physical he had to bend forward. He pressed his palm to the floor to steady himself. A sound came from him that he had not intended, deep and broken, as if sorrow had found its own voice through his body. He wept there without restraint, not elegantly, not wisely, but humanly. When the others entered and saw him crying, some of them began crying too. There was no confusion in his grief. He did not accuse the heavens. He did not grow angry at the body for failing, or at time for moving, or at life for being made of endings. Yet neither did he float above the pain, offering polished teachings while his own heart remained untouched. He mourned because love had taken root deeply enough that separation could wound him. To be free of anger was not to be free of tears. That day, and for many days after, he moved as if carrying a great weight inside his ribs. The funeral rites were simple, but every gesture seemed to cost effort. He washed the teacher's body with reverent hands. He arranged the robe one last time. He bowed until his forehead touched the floor. During the chanting, his legs ached, his throat tightened, his thoughts drifted and returned. More than once he forgot the next line of a prayer he had recited for years. After the rites, the monastery grew strangely large. The pathways were the same, the trees were the same, the bell sounded with the same metal clarity, but absence had entered every familiar thing. The teacher's cup remained on a shelf. His walking staff leaned by the wall. In the garden, one patch of earth still showed where he had knelt only a month before. The monk found that grief did not come in a single wave and pass. It returned in meetings with ordinary objects, a folded blanket, an empty doorway, a half-remembered phrase. Nights he could not sleep. He would rise and sit outside beneath the dark outline of the pines, wrapped in a robe against the cold. Memories came then with unusual brightness. The first day he had arrived at the monastery, ashamed of his own temper. The patient corrections, the laughter over spilled rice, the long stretches of shared silence that had taught him more than argument ever could. He remembered being young enough to think his teacher would always be there, as mountains seem always to be there when one has never seen them crumble. In those hours, pain would swell again. Sometimes tears returned. Sometimes only a hollow tiredness remained, the kind that settles into the muscles and makes even gentle tasks feel heavy. He carried wood more slowly. He spoke less. He forgot things. His body, too, was mourning, but something quiet and profound was maturing in him. Before this loss, he had understood impermanence, mostly through observation, contemplation, and the many smaller partings that life had already given him. Now impermanence was no longer a teaching placed before him. It was seated beside him, breathing in the room, walking with him to the well, lying down with him at night. It had become intimate, and because he did not resist that intimacy with anger, his heart changed. He became more tender with the elderly villagers who climbed the hill with stiff knees. He lingered longer beside the sick. He interrupted less quickly when someone spoke from confusion or fear. The sharp edges of certainty wore down, not because he knew less, but because sorrow had shown him how little can be controlled, and how much kindness matters within that helplessness. When younger monks came to him in distress, he no longer tried too quickly to clear away their sadness with bright wisdom. He would sit with them first. He would let their words falter. He would let silence do some of the work. If they cried, he did not hurry them toward composure. He had learned now, in the marrow of his own life, that peace is not the refusal of grief. Peace is the refusal to let grief curdle into hardness. He said this once to a monk who feared his own mourning. To never become angry, he told him softly, does not mean your heart becomes numb. A numb heart cannot love, and what cannot love cannot awaken. No, the practice is harder than that. You must allow life to break you open without allowing it to turn you cruel. These words carried weight because they had been paid for. The community felt the difference in him. Even his quiet had changed. Before, it had often been the quiet of discipline, clean and deliberate. Now it held something humbler, more spacious. It was the quiet of someone who had sat beside what could not be repaired and had not looked away. His presence no longer suggested distance from suffering, but companionship within it. As the months passed, the rawness eased, though it never vanished entirely. Grief became less like a storm and more like a river running below the ground, unseen most of the time, yet always part of the landscape. Sometimes a phrase of the old teachers would rise in his mind and bring a sudden ache. Sometimes it would bring gratitude instead. Often it brought both. He came to understand that this, too, was a form of continuing love, not clinging to what had been, not denying what was gone, but letting remembrance remain warm, without demanding that it become present again. And so sorrow widened him. It widened the space between pain and reaction. It widened his patience with the frightened and difficult. It widened his reverence for each fragile day. It widened his teachings, so that when he spoke of compassion now, it no longer sounded like an ideal held at a safe distance. It sounded lived in, weathered, true. After sorrow had widened him, the younger monks began looking to him, not only as a peer, but as a guide. At first they approached him cautiously. The younger monks had watched him for many seasons. They had seen the way he listened without rushing to answer. They had noticed that when disagreements arose in the kitchen, or when someone spoke carelessly in the garden, his face did not harden. He did not become cold in the name of discipline, nor soft in the name of avoiding truth. He remained present. There was a steadiness in him that made the novices feel both safe and slightly exposed, as though being near him made it harder to hide from themselves. So they began to seek him out in quiet corners of the monastery. One came while sweeping leaves from the stone path at dusk. Another waited until after chanting, lingering near the doorway as the others filed out into the deepening blue of evening. A third found him in the herb garden, where the monk was loosening soil around the roots of a struggling plant. Their questions were often simple in wording, but heavy in the heart. "Venerable sir," one of the youngest asked, eyes lowered to the broom in his hands, "what should I do when I feel anger before I can stop it?" The older monk smiled gently, not because the question was small, but because it was one he knew intimately. "You may not stop the first spark," he said, "but you can learn to notice the dry grass." The novice looked up, uncertain, and the monk set the small trowel aside. "If a forest catches fire," he continued, "people often say the fire began with one flame. But the flame is not the whole story. There were days without rain, there were dead leaves underfoot, there was wind waiting. Anger is like this. We think it begins in the moment someone speaks sharply to us, but often it has been gathering quietly. Fatigue, pride, hunger, old hurt, the wish to be seen, the fear of being nothing. These are the dry grasses. Learn them, and the spark will no longer surprise you so completely." The novice was silent for a while. Then he asked, "So when I become angry, it is already too late?" "No," the monk said. "It is simply later than before." This was his way with them. He did not answer like a man standing on a hill above those who struggled. He answered like one who had walked the same rough road so often that he knew where the stones lay beneath the dust. He rarely spoke in commandments. More often, he offered images they could carry back into their own minds, where understanding had to ripen in its own time. As the months passed, more novices came. One confessed jealousy. Another admitted resentment. One, earnest and ashamed, said he could not bear being corrected in front of the others. "My chest becomes hot," he said. "Even if the criticism is small, even if it is true, I feel as if I am being made small in everyone's eyes." The older monk nodded. "Yes," he said quietly, "many forms of anger wear the mask of dignity. We tell ourselves we are protecting what is right. Sometimes we are only protecting an image." The novice swallowed. "How do I know the difference?" The monk drew a line in the dust with a twig. "When someone steps on your shadow, does your body truly bleed?" The young man frowned, thinking, "No, but something in you cries out as though it does. That cry deserves kindness, not blind obedience. Sit with the pain before you defend it. Ask what exactly has been injured. My body, my vows, the well-being of another, or the picture I carry of how I should be seen?" He let the question rest in the air between them. If the picture is what has been injured, bow to that pain, but do not hand it the reins. The novices remembered his phrases because they were plain enough to repeat in the middle of difficulty. They would murmur them while drawing water from the well, while washing bowls, while kneeling in meditation with thoughts rushing like rain through a broken roof. Do not hand it the reins, notice the dry grass. Later than before is not too late. In the mornings, he sometimes taught them breathing practices before the day's work began. Not dramatic techniques, not rare instructions, but humble and faithful ones. When anger is still small, he told them, do not debate with it. Give the body somewhere safe to land. He would have them sit with their hands resting lightly on their knees. He asked them to feel the weight of the body on the earth, the touch of cloth on skin, the movement of air at the nostrils. Then he taught them to lengthen the exhale by only a breath or two, enough to soothe, not enough to strain. Breathe in, he would say in a voice so calm that some of them relaxed just hearing it. Know that the fire has not become your whole self. Breathe out and make room around it. At other times he placed a hand over his own chest and showed them how to do the same. If your heart feels struck, he said, let the hand remind the body that it is still being held. Some of the younger monks had expected wisdom to come wrapped in grandeur. Instead, they found it in pauses, in posture, in the soft discipline of returning again and again before anger could gather force. He taught them to notice the earliest signs, the tightening jaw, the shallowness of breath, the rehearsed argument rising in the mind, the subtle pleasure of imagining oneself righteous. He told them that by the time anger became a speech, it had already passed through many quieter rooms. Listen at the first door, he said. One rainy afternoon, a novice named Taran came to him in tears. He had shouted at another boy during meal preparation, accusing him of laziness and carelessness. The words had been harsh enough that the other novice left the kitchen and ate alone. I knew I was upset, Taran said, wiping his face with the edge of his sleeve. I knew it before I spoke. I even remembered to breathe. But then he smiled in that way he has, and I felt mocked, and everything in me leapt forward. The older monk did not hurry to console him, and after everything leapt forward, I wanted to take the words back at once. Yes, Taran stared at the floor. I have failed. The monk shook his head. You have seen. The novice looked confused. To fail without seeing is one thing, the monk said. To fail and see clearly is painful, but it is also the beginning of wisdom. Do not use the truth of what happened to punish yourself into further blindness. Taran's breathing softened, though his face was still wet. What should I do now? First, feel the hurt you are carrying, without turning it into a story of who you are. Then go to your brother. Say what you did without trimming it into something smaller. Ask what it was like for him. Listen until your chest wants to interrupt, and then listen a little longer. The novice nodded. And after that, the monk said with the faintest smile, begin again. This path does not run on pride. It runs on returning. The younger monks needed to hear this more than once. Some of them believed that true practice should make them quickly serene. They imagined that if they were sincere enough, patient enough, devout enough, anger would simply stop visiting. When it returned, they felt not only the heat of it, but humiliation. The monk understood this hidden despair. He gathered them one evening beneath the long eaves while rain tapped steadily on the roof. You think peace means never being disturbed, he told them. But often peace means meeting disturbance without becoming its servant. If a muddy cart rolls through the courtyard every day, do you conclude the courtyard is cursed? Or do you sweep it each morning because this is what courtyards require? A few of them smiled. The mind also requires sweeping, he said, especially the sincere mind. Sometimes especially the sincere mind. Another novice, older than the rest and more guarded, spoke from the back. What about when anger comes because someone truly treats you with disrespect? Are we to accept everything and say nothing? The monk turned toward him with full attention. No, he said. Silence is not always peace. Sometimes it is fear wearing holy clothing. The room grew still. If harm is being done, speak. If a boundary is needed, set it. But before speaking, ask whether you wish to protect life or only to strike back. The outer sentence may sound the same. The inner root is not the same. He gave them an example. A bell can be rung to wake the monastery, or to frighten the birds from a field. The sound may be similar. The intention changes the world around it. The guarded novice bowed his head slightly. He had not been rebuked. He had been invited into honesty. This was why they trusted him. He did not flatter them by pretending the work was easy, and he did not wound them by treating struggle as failure of character. He knew too well how anger could hide inside moral language, inside self-protection, even inside discipline. So he taught them to become curious before they became certain. When resentment lingered, he encouraged inquiry. Sit with the feeling, he would say. Not as a judge and not as a victim building a case. Sit as one who wants to know. What promise did I believe was broken? What fear has awakened? What tenderness in me feels unguarded? What am I asking from another person that I have not yet learned to offer myself? These questions often unsettled the novices more than instruction did. It was easier to condemn someone else than to discover the wound beneath one's own fury. Yet little by little, they began to understand that anger was not always the deepest truth of the heart. Often it was a shield, arriving quickly to protect a softer thing. One novice discovered that his temper flared whenever he felt ignored, because as a child, he had been the quiet son in a loud household. Another realized that his jealousy toward a more talented chanter was tied to a lifelong fear of being ordinary. A third admitted that he became harsh whenever he was tired, and that much of his spiritual struggle began with simply not resting enough when rest was permitted. The monk never mocked these realizations. He treated them as sacred openings. To know the conditions is not to excuse the fire, he told them. It is to learn where water may be carried. Sometimes he taught through stories. He told them of a man who carried a pot of oil through a crowded market. The man had been told that if he spilled a single drop, he would lose everything he loved. So he walked with such fierce concentration on the oil that he never once looked up. When he reached the end, he had spilled nothing. "What do you think this story means?" the monk asked. One novice answered, "That we should control ourselves." "In part," the monk said, "but control can become another kind of fear." Listen again. The man did not stare at the crowd and shout at every person who came too near. He gave his attention to what he most wished to protect. In the same way, when anger rises, do not give all your mind to the provocation. Remember the oil. Remember what you do not wish to spill. "And what is that?" another asked. "Your clarity," said the monk, "your dignity. The peace that took years to grow, the heart of your brother, your own heart." The words entered them slowly. There were also days when his teachings seemed not to work at all. A pair of novices quarreled repeatedly over shared duties. One accused the other of laziness. The other accused the first of arrogance. They apologized, then repeated the same pattern by the end of the week. Finally, they came to him together, exhausted and embarrassed. He listened to both, then said, "For 7 days, before you speak to each other about a complaint, each of you must first name one fear beneath." They looked startled. "A fear?" one asked. "Yes, not an accusation, not an analysis, a fear." Reluctantly, they agreed. The next day one said, "I fear I am carrying more than you and that no one sees it." The other answered after a long pause, "I fear that whatever I do will be judged as not enough." Something loosened. Not everything changed at once. They still stumbled. They still annoyed one another. But their anger had been brought one step closer to its root. And there, compassion had a chance to enter. The older monk often reminded them that patience was not a trait one either possessed or lacked. It was a devotion renewed under ordinary pressures. In a long line for water, in being misunderstood, in hunger near the end of the fasting day, in hearing praise given to someone else, in watching one's own old habits return after weeks of apparent progress. "If you must begin again 10,000 times, he said, then begin again 10,000 times. No one who learns the mountains by walking resents the number of steps." As his years advanced, the man who once feared his own temper began to radiate a peace others could feel before he even spoke. It was not the kind of peace that made a person seem distant, pale, or unreal. It did not place him above the world, as though he had floated somewhere beyond its weather. His peace felt warm. It had the texture of bread shared at dusk, of water poured slowly into tired hands, of a lamp kept lit for someone returning late. Those who came near him did not feel that they were entering the company of a man who had escaped life. They felt they were meeting someone who had entered it so completely, and with so little resistance, that struggle no longer echoed from him in the same way. Travelers noticed it first. perhaps because they arrived carrying the road in their bodies, dust on their hems, stiffness in their knees, thoughts still running ahead toward markets, debts, relatives, repairs, dangers. Many had heard stories before reaching the monastery. They were told that there was an old monk there whose silence could calm an argument, whose listening seemed to lower the fever in a room. By the time they arrived, some expected a holy spectacle, others expected disappointment. But what they found was usually simpler than the stories and more surprising. He might be sweeping leaves from a path, or mending a robe by the doorway, or washing a bowl with complete attention. He would look up as they approached, and in that unhurried glance there was no effort to impress them, no quick measuring of status, wealth, education, or usefulness. He did not greet the rich with one face, and the poor with another. He did not rush to satisfy curiosity, and he did not withhold warmth to create mystery. He simply met them, and something in that meeting changed the pace of their breathing. A merchant once came after many weeks of travel, irritated by everything. The weather had soured his mood. A wheel had broken. One assistant had stolen from him. Another had fallen ill. By the time he reached the monastery, his mind was full of accusation. He spoke sharply to the novice, who brought him tea. He complained about the sleeping mat, about the lateness of the meal, about the noise of crows in the courtyard. The old monk did not correct him immediately. He sat nearby and asked about the road. At first the merchant answered with the same hard edge, but little by little, as he described the washed-out crossing, the cold night in the hills, the fear that his goods would spoil before market, the anger in his voice began to reveal what had been it. Exhaustion, uncertainty, shame that he had not managed things better, fear that one failure would undo many years of work. The old monk listened without interruption, not as a strategy, but as a form of respect. When the man finished, there was a long pause. Then the monk said softly, "You have been carrying your caravan even while sitting still." The merchant let out a breath so deep it startled him. No lecture followed, no grand teaching. But in that one sentence he felt seen more clearly than he had in months. Later he would tell others that he had come to the monastery prepared to defend himself from criticism, only to find that no one there wanted to attack him at all. The burden he set down first was not his pack, but his posture of battle. Grieving mothers came too, carrying losses for which no saying was large enough. Some had buried infants, some had watched older sons disappear into war, or daughters fade under fever that no herb could turn back. There are forms of pain that make even kind words feel unbearable. Advice sounds like distance then. Consolation can feel like denial. Yet many of these women stayed near the monk longer than they expected, because he did not reach too quickly for meaning. He knew that sorrow is offended by haste. When a mother wept, he did not tell her that all things pass, as if impermanence were a charm to cancel grief. He did not instruct her to be serene before her heart had spoken its broken language. Sometimes he sat with her in near silence, while she repeated the same memory over and over. The child's last morning, the sound of the cough, the small garment folded away, the bowl still on the shelf. He did not grow restless with repetition. He knew that the mind circles what it cannot yet bear to lose. If she asked where her child had gone, he did not pretend to hold a map beyond mystery. He would return gently to what could be known. The love was real, the pain was real, the body is fragile, and no tear shed in tenderness is wasted. Sometimes he invited her to notice the breath, not to escape grief, but to give it enough space that it would not devour the whole sky within her. Sometimes he asked her to place one hand over her chest as though comforting a frightened child, because part of her had indeed become one. And often, after some time in his presence, the mothers did not leave happy, but they left less alone. Their sorrow had not been argued with. It had been accompanied. There was great power in that. though it looked like almost nothing from the outside. Weary fathers came with a different heaviness, one less often displayed and no less tender. They spoke of fields ruined by flood or drought, of sons who no longer listened, of daughters they feared they could not provide for, of wives whose disappointment they felt, but did not know how to answer. Many had learned to translate fear into command and love into labor. They did not always know how to speak their ache in plain terms. So they came speaking of money, weather, disobedience, taxes, repairs. Beneath these words the monk heard another sentence. I am tired of failing those I love. He never mocked their pride. He did not rip away the armor by force. Instead he asked patient questions, the kind that made a man hear himself more honestly. When did you last sleep deeply? Who do you become when worry enters before dawn? What do your children see on your face before they hear your words? Such questions did not accuse. They opened doors. Many of these fathers had spent years believing that authority required tension, that if they ever relaxed their grip, everything would collapse. In the monk's company, they encountered a different strength. He could guide others without pressing on them. He could disagree without humiliation. He could remain steady without becoming cold, and this unsettled them at first, because it challenged an old assumption that to be respected one must dominate. Yet the monk had become powerful in exactly the opposite way. He no longer needed the victory of being right in every exchange. He no longer defended an image of himself as wise, important, or beyond error. If he forgot something, he said so. If a novice corrected a detail of memory, he smiled. If someone misunderstood him, he did not rush to patch his dignity. He had discovered that much of what people call strength is only fear wearing a harder face. Because he did not need to conquer, others relaxed their own guard. Arguments that might have sharpened themselves against his resistance found no such surface. It was not that he agreed with everything. He could be clear. He could say no. He could name selfishness, deceit, or cruelty without trembling. But he did so without hatred, and without the secret pleasure of defeating anyone. His words did not push people into corners where the ego bites to survive. They left room for return. Even restless children felt this room around him. Children, who are among the most honest readers of inner weather, often approached him without fear. They played near his seat while adults spoke. They brought him broken toys, injured birds, pointless treasures from the garden, a smooth stone, a twisted root, a feather they were certain was remarkable. He received each offering as if it had crossed a long distance to arrive. When a child was noisy, he did not harden instantly. When one was shy, he did not pull. When another was quick to anger, kicking at dust because a game had not gone their way, he watched with the same deep steadiness he once had to learn for himself. Sometimes he invited such a child to sit beside him and listen together, to wind moving through bamboo, to a far-off cart, to footsteps in the corridor, to the tiny tapping of rain beginning on the roof. As attention widened, the storm in the child often loosened on its own. Not always. No human heart changes by magic, but often enough that parents began to marvel. They said the old monk could calm children. The truth was gentler. He did not calm them the way one stills an object. He gave them an atmosphere in which they could remember their own natural balance. This was the hidden quality in all his presence. People imagined serenity as the absence of involvement, as if peace belonged to those who stood back from affection, responsibility, and pain. But his peace had grown in the middle of all those things. He cared about meals being prepared, roofs repaired, elders warmed in winter, novices trained kindly, herbs gathered before storms, letters answered, disputes softened before they spread. He noticed who limped, who was withholding tears, who had stopped singing while working, who had begun speaking too loudly, who had gone strangely quiet. He was intimate with the human world, not indifferent to it, and yet he did not cling. He did not cling to praise when visitors spoke of his holiness. He did not cling to blame when someone accused him of not helping enough, or not helping in the desired way. He did not cling to pleasant days in good health, nor collapse inward when pain visited his own aging body. He cared, and because he cared, he acted. But once action was taken, he did not keep grabbing at the result with his mind. This gave his presence a spaciousness people could feel but rarely explain. To sit near him was to sense that nothing in you needed to perform. You did not need to become more impressive, more spiritual, more composed than you were. You could arrive angry, confused, embarrassed, grieving, stubborn, vain, frightened, and somehow the air around him did not make these states heavier. They became visible without becoming final. It was as though he had spent so many years not turning away from his own mind that he had stopped needing to turn away from anyone else's. In the evenings, when light thinned across the courtyard and the mountain shadows stretched, long and blue, some guests preferred not to speak at all. They simply sat while the monk sat. A kettle cooled. Birds settled in the eaves. Somewhere, a novice folded cloth in another room. The ordinary sounds of life seemed to arrange themselves more softly in that stillness, not because the world had changed its nature, but because his attention had stopped fighting it. And listeners, though they might not have named it this way, felt invited into the same inner climate, a climate of unhurried seeing, a climate where pain did not have to disguise itself as anger, a climate where joy did not need to be grasped to be real, a climate where one could be fully in the world without being constantly bruised by the demand that it obey one's wishes. People carried this away with them. A traveler on the road found himself speaking more gently to an animal dragging a cart. A mother, in the middle of tears, remembered to place a hand on her own heart. A father paused before shouting and heard the weariness beneath his own voice. A child listened to rain instead of feeding a tantrum. None of these moments made legends, yet this is how the monk's life moved outward, not through conquest, but through quiet contagion. And if stories about him grew larger from village to village, he did not encourage them. When told that people were calling him a saint, he laughed with a kind embarrassment, as if they had mistaken a walking stick for a staff of office. He knew too well the labor hidden behind calm. He remembered the younger self who had burned with pride, who had mistaken force for clarity, who had suffered from every blow to identity. He had not become another species of being. He had become more thoroughly human, with less fear around that fact. This, perhaps, was why his serenity felt trustworthy. It was not polished to conceal a wound. It had grown around wounds honestly tended. It was not innocence preserved from life, but tenderness ripened within life. Others could feel this without understanding all its causes. They only knew that near him, their own minds seemed to stop bracing for impact. The old monk never claimed to heal everyone. Some visitors remained unconvinced. Some wanted miracles and were disappointed by plainness. Some preferred sharper certainties than he would offer, but those who were ready for quieter medicine recognized it immediately. In his company, they discovered that peace was not a distant reward for the perfect. It was something shaped breath by breath, response by response, in the intimate conditions of a human day. So his name traveled farther than he ever intended, carried by merchants, by widows, by laborers, by children now grown, by pilgrims who could not quite say what had happened, except that they had met a man in whose presence the heart stopped striking itself so hard. And as the years leaned toward their final chapter, the stillness others felt around him would gather into his last teachings, simple enough for anyone to carry. In the final cold hour before dawn, when even the birds had not yet begun to test the edge of morning, a small lamp burned in the monk's room. Its light was modest, amber and steady, touching the clit wall, the woven mat, the wooden bowl near the door. Outside, the monastery seemed to be listening. The night was almost complete, but not quite. A pale quiet rested over the trees, over the sleeping roofs, over the narrow paths worn smooth by many bare feet. Those who had gathered there knew, without needing to say it aloud, that they had come close to the end of something precious. The monk was very old now. Time had thinned his body and softened his voice, but there was no sorrow in him about this. His hands, once strong enough to carry buckets from the well and chop wood for the winter, now rested lightly on his knees. The veins beneath his skin stood like fine blue rivers. His shoulders had curved a little toward the earth, as if he had already begun bowing to the great return that waits for every living thing. Yet his face still held that same untroubled openness people had traveled far to see. His eyes, dimmer than before, remained clear in the way of deep water. Only a few were with him that morning. A novice who had once come to the monastery, wild with resentment, and had stayed long enough to learn silence. A woman from the nearby village whose grief had softened in his presence years ago, and who still came to sweep the courtyard on feast days. A middle-aged farmer, broad-handed and weathered, who had spent half his life trying not to become his father, and had found, in the monk's teaching, a different inheritance. There were one or two others, quiet figures wrapped in shawls against the chill. No one sat close enough to crowd him. No one spoke first. The hour itself seemed to ask for gentleness. The monk looked at them one by one, not as a teacher measuring students, but as one traveler regarding others who had shared part of the road. When he finally spoke, his voice was little more than a warm thread in the dark. "You have heard many words from me," he said, and a small smile touched his mouth, perhaps too many for one lifetime. A few lowered their heads with tender amusement, because they knew how sparing he had always been. "I have nothing new to give you now, only what is simple, only what is true enough to stay with you when memory becomes thin." He paused, not from uncertainty but from care. He had spent his life refusing to hurry the heart, and he would not begin now. "People said," he went on softly, "that I was a man who never became angry. But if you hold those words too tightly, they become misleading. They make it sound as though anger belonged to another world and never came to my door. That is not so. I was born with the same human blood, the same startled nerves, the same old seeds that all beings carry. Heat arose in me, pain arose in me, shock, resistance, fear, hurt, weariness, all these arose. But I learned little by little not to build a house for them. I learned not to call them myself. I learned not to sharpen them into a weapon. The room seemed to grow stiller. Outside, somewhere far off, a single leaf loosened and fell. When anger is noticed late, he said, it often arrives as a flood. By then the tongue is already moving, the face is already hard, the chest already burning. We think the anger has taken us over, but often it began as something smaller, quieter, easier to meet. A tightening in the belly, a quickening in the breath, a wish to defend an image, a small wound saying, "Protect me." If you learn the early language of anger, it cannot grow so large in the dark. He lifted one hand and placed it gently against his chest, as if demonstrating something a child could understand. "Here," he whispered. "Usually it speaks here first, or in the throat, or the jaw. The body is often more honest than the story." He let the words settle. The listeners did not move. If you wish to be free from the harm anger can do not begin by fighting anger. That only gives it another enemy to use. Begin by knowing it if you can, kindly if you can, even if only a little kindly. Notice, heat is here, tightness is here, a wave is rising. Already this is different from saying, "I am an angry person," or "I must get rid of this at once," or "someone has placed this fire inside me." No, conditions have gathered, a wave has risen. It need not become your identity. His hand returned to his lap. "There were times in my youth," he said, "when I believed peace meant preventing every inner storm. That effort made me tired and proud at the same time. Tired, because no one can control the sky. proud because I imagined I should be above what is human. But peace came closer when I stopped demanding purity from the mind. Peace came when I could sit beside what arose without kneeling to it, and without striking it. This is a humble way. It has room for imperfection. That is why it can actually be lived. The lamp flame quivered once, then steadied again. If you remember anything when you are hurt, remember the body first. Before the old story gathers its soldiers, breathe, not in a dramatic way, not as a performance. Simply let the breath be felt. Let it arrive all the way down. Feel the jaw, soften it, even a little. Feel the tongue resting in the mouth. Unclench the hands if they have become fists. Notice the chest. Is it armored? Is it bracing for battle? See whether, just for one breath, it can loosen. One breath is enough to begin. His voice had become so quiet that they leaned in, not from strain but from devotion. Then do not ask, how do I destroy this anger? Ask, what is this made of? Is there hurt beneath it? Is there fear? Is there exhaustion? Is there longing not to be dismissed, not to be shamed, not to lose what is loved? Anger often enters wearing armor. If you only strike the armor, the suffering underneath remains hidden and continues to command the heart. He looked toward the novice, who had once believed that spiritual life meant erasing all difficult feeling. Awareness is not cold, the monk said. It is not the hard stare of judgment. True awareness is warm enough to stay. It does not turn away and it does not condemn. It says, yes, this too is here. Let me know it before I act from it. Let me make space around it. Let me not hand my speech over to a passing storm. The old farmer's eyes had filled with tears, though his face remained steady. He knew what storms could do when given the tongue and hand too quickly. The monk went on. You have heard me say that anger passes more quickly when it is not fed with ownership. This does not mean indifference. It does not mean becoming weak or silent in the face of harm. There are times to speak firmly. There are times to protect, to refuse, to step away, to say no with a clear and upright spine. But these things can be done without hatred burning through them. In fact, they are often done better without it. Hatred confuses the eye, clarity does not. A faint paling had begun beyond the doorway. Dawn was still hidden, but its promise had entered the air. When anger comes, many people think there are only two choices, he said, to throw it outward or to push it inward. But there is a third way. To hold it in awareness until it reveals its true nature, to feel its heat without becoming its servant, to let it crest and fall as all waves do. This takes patience, it takes practice, it takes forgiveness, because you will forget, and then remember, and then forget again. But every moment of remembering changes the path. He speaks more fully now, though the smile was delicate, almost transparent. Do not be discouraged if old habits return. A path is not false because you must walk it many times. Even an old field becomes gentle when crossed with enough tenderness. The woman from the village bowed her head. She had once asked him why the same sorrow kept returning, and he had answered much the same way then, though with younger breath. The monk's gaze drifted toward the open dark beyond the threshold. All my life, he said, I watched people suffer twice, first from the wound itself, and then from the war against having been wounded. They were angry, and then ashamed of anger, frightened, and then ashamed of fear, grieving, and then embarrassed by grief. So the heart became crowded with judges. But what if instead, the moment anger appears, you greet it as you would a child who has run in from a storm? Not because you approve of all it wants to do, but because only a welcomed being can settle enough to speak truthfully. His breathing was lighter now, but his words did not waver. Sit with it, breathe with it, soften the jaw, feel the chest. Let the belly be touched by breath. If tears are there, let them be there. If trembling is there, let it move through. The body often knows how to complete what the mind interrupts. Stay close, stay gentle, let the wave pass then. When the water clears, ask what compassion requires. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if listening inwardly to the life that still moved through him. Compassion is not something you add after you become perfect. It is the way through. Compassion for the one before you, if possible. Compassion for the one within you, certainly. If another person has caused harm, compassion does not mean pretending otherwise. It means refusing to let their confusion become your own. It means keeping your heart from becoming a second site of violence. This is difficult. That is why it matters. The first bird called, a single soft note from the garden wall. It seemed less like a sound than a thread sewing night to morning. The monk opened his eyes again. They lingered on each face, as if blessing not the person they had been, but the tenderness they were still becoming. If people say, "I never became angry," he said, let them understand it this way. It was not because I conquered life. Life was never conquered. It moved through me as through everyone. I was insulted. I lost those I loved. I felt pain in the body, weariness in the mind, disappointment, uncertainty, all the weather of being human. But in time I stopped making an enemy of what arose within me. And because I did not make an enemy of it, I did not have to keep fighting myself. Much anger dies from lack of war. No one in the room seemed to breathe for a few heartbeats. "That is all," he murmured. "Notice early, hold kindly, understand deeply. Do not cling to what visits. Do not become what passes through. Return whenever you can, to the breath, to the body, to the wish that no being suffer more than necessary. If you must begin 1,000 times, begin 1,000 times. The heart does not resent sincere practice. The eastern edge of the world had turned from black to the faintest grey. Shapes slowly emerged from shadow. The rim of the bowl, the line of the doorway, the folded hands in each lap. The lamp was no longer the only source of light. The monk leaned back slightly, his energy receding like a tide, leaving the shore smooth behind it. Yet the peace in the room had deepened, not diminished. No one rushed to ask another question. No one wanted to break what his words had opened. It was enough to sit there together, hearing the quiet after teaching, feeling the strange fullness that sometimes comes when something final has been said without drama. Outside, dawn continued its patient work. The trees became visible one branch at a time. Mist hovered low over the ground. The world had not changed, and yet those listening felt that something within them had been gently rearranged. Anger no longer seemed like a curse to fear or a force to obey. It seemed, instead, like weather that could be known, sheltered, and allowed to pass without turning the whole sky into an enemy. The old monk rested his hands one over the other. His breathing was soft, almost indistinguishable from the morning air moving through the doorway. The listeners remained with him in silence, receiving not only his last teaching, but the manner of it, unforced, embodied, merciful, free of display. He had offered them no impossible holiness, only a way of meeting their own hearts without violence. And as his words faded into the morning hush, each person there could feel the invitation becoming inward, quieter, more spacious than speech. The lesson was no longer only his. It had become a place to rest in, a gentle understanding carried in breath, in softened jaw, in the tender rise and fall of the chest. The ending should dissolve gently from the monk's final teaching into a spacious, sleep-ready reflection on how anger softens when met with awareness, compassion, and rest.